Faster. there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. 100 miles and running, never touch the brakes. See they're counting, we can't let them wait. Never late, cause it's time. We eat the beat and heat the street. Gotta keep moving, zooming down that winning road, avoid defeat. Cause time, it's time. Wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no master. Time, no delay, gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. It's time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no master.
Faster. Go. just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara, tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Today will be a 0-point deathmatch.
I think loser team will need to eat something,
I don't know, maybe loser have to do something,
dance or something.
yeah, dancing or something.
I think also they're gonna make us do something like dancing or.
You guys love the dancing, right? No.
Oh, okay, so like one people play.
Okay,
So you play
okay.
Okay.
What is the kimbap?
Bet with direction.
What does kimbap look like, by the way? I know it's food, but I don't know how it look like. Maybe we have to run and gun. Like cannot stop.
I think this one is like one use keyboard, one use mouse.
Oh,
Maybe this one.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Kimbap. Criminal. Maybe runner. Maybe they're just gonna make us run there. Yun lang.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah.
I think this one a bit hard, but it's okay.
Hindi ka makakawak. Tatakbo ka lang. 1, 2, 3. Tapos bago ka, pagtalon ka every 3 seconds. Wala, basic lang ito eh. It's doable.
They got the easy one.
I think so. I think whoever wins this will win the officials.
If we lose this, we win official.
Deathmatch.
Oh my god.
Warm up.
May nag-jump siya.
Fight.
1, 2, 3.
I know exactly where you are.
What the 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, they're counting 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Where are you guys?
Come mid, bro. Come mid. 1, 2, 3.
Why they counting? Yes!
120. Sabi siya, ano siya? Pero sisirain mo.
Wait, go, take. Okay, she's okay. I heard something.
1 hit lang yun. Medyo. 1.
Hindi so good, man.
Buti di sumabay yung ano.
Uy!
1, 2, 3. One, two, three.
I jump front. Okay. I see the map. Can you see the map?
Oh, I see.
1, 2, 3. Isa yun. 1, 2, 3. Nice one.
Instant headshot.
1, 2, 3.
Mag-usap daw tayo kung ano gusto natin. Sabi, panalo na eh.
Guys, changing the position.
Dapat before ko pipick.
Okay, let's swap. I want to try it. Okay.
Maybe we camp somewhere and don't move more.
Okay, let's go.
I think they are still middle.
Okay.
I think they listen to the sound.
Okay.
When they see them, I just stop.
Okay.
Should be like that.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Uy, nagwawak lang siya.
Napansin mo na.
Hindi siya gumagalaw. Nasa mid lang. Hindi mabagal siya.
Let's change position.
Why we cannot see the dot on the
We have to die.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Wait. Okay, you guys.
Come mid. 1, 2, 3.
Parang manual ata dito.
Nice! Change position.
Nag-walk nga lang siya. Pwede crouch. Hindi siya pwede at tumalon.
Hindi ko allow set.
Oh my god. What? Okay, here, no? No, fine.
Like,
Okay.
below.
We're still at mid, bro.
Yeah, mid. What? I just look at this.
Game over.
Oh, okay.
Yun, comes natin.
Yun yung comes natin. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Why you guys keep counting?
Good job, bro.
He just said 1, 2, 3 at the same time.
Yeah, I only reminded him when he's gonna jump.
Yeah.
Actually, we did really good. But just a bit unlucky. Like, they jump and shoot me one laugh.
I mean, like we had fun, so it's a main point of it.
What is your penalty?
What do you guys have?
We got the runner, bro.
We have this one. One keyboard and one mouse.
Oh, that's like harder.
Yeah.
It's like
Unlucky was.
very easy.
It's time, the time for Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 2. We are live in the Coexin Han Card RTM in Seoul, South Korea. It's the last day of the regular season before we go into playoffs where all roads lead to champions. And speaking of champions, it's going to be in Korea with us. Our turf here, I'm your host, Victoria, and with me we got the iconic Pacific duo, none other than Achilleos and Paperthin. Again, are you guys excited that we're so close to champions happening here?
I'm excited for that. Yeah. Very much so. I mean, it's going to be really cool to have everybody in Korea, all these teams coming here, and I think this is a wonderful country for people to come and visit. So for fans, come on down, come catch some great Valorant
Bob
games.
Barker.
Yes, exactly. Come on down.
What?
Price is right.
Spin the wheel.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any recommendations for people flying in for Korea? Like, what is a must-do here?
My biggest recommendation would be, I don't know, be open-minded about food and just try everything. There's a lot of stuff that, like, when I first moved down here, I was like, oh, well, I'll never eat that.
Yeah.
Like the sannakji, like the squirming octopus, like, no way I'm gonna eat that. And then I ate it, and I was like, oh my god, it's delicious, and now I love it. Blood sausage, etc. There's a bunch of other foods out there, which is like, you might not ever have really considered eating that in the States, but over here, it's like just so well made. It's a delicacy, and you should absolutely just be open to try things like that.
Yeah, it's delicious. Actually, my first week here with you guys, we went for sundae for blood sausage.
Yeah.
It's absolutely delicious. Highly recommend, guys. So tickets are on sale. You can guys go book them. And for those of you watching from Asia, it's not too long of a flight compared to some of the other destinations we've had for Masters and Champions. So it's gonna be awesome. All right, we had some exciting things happen yesterday, including a Paper X qualifying again for Champions officially. We got some shift in the standings here. Gen G being taken down. I mean, what was particularly exciting for you guys yesterday?
Well, certainly that, right?
Yeah.
Gen G losing?
Yeah, I mean, it was our first loss since the grand final of Stage 1 to Paper X, so Secret continuing to be able to steal from the rich. But they slingshot their way up into that third place spot. I mean, they were at risk of being in 6th, just given their head-to-head, versus RQ, talent, etc. But they managed to make a massive lunge forward. They avoid having to play Gen G again in the playoffs next week. So they're quite well poised to be able to make it over to Champions, which would be the first time since 2021.
That's great. And I know a lot of the Filipino audience are really excited about this. We also saw the last of Zeta Division yesterday. It was a little send-off with insane audience, insane crowd here yesterday watching Paper X versus Zeta Division. And I think this is a nice way to see Zeta go. I don't know if you guys saw the coach with the interview with Carlisle, the coach, and some of his remarks about Laz.
Oh, I mean, that's not surprising at all. Yeah, really. Yeah. I mean, truly, Laz is a great player. He is the face of Japanese Valorant currently because of what he does inside of the game and outside. He's just a tremendous individual player, has stepped up as a leader for the team as well. Clearly, Carlisle has a ton of respect for him. Laz, I hope that he continues to play for a long time. He's just a tremendous talent. No matter what role they seem to slot him into, he's able to perform well. Yeah, it's hard to see him go. The fans, though, showing tons of support. I mean, you could see it after they got their win on Saturday, that there was a lot of emotional fans in the crowd. And I know for a fact, I was talking to Zeta's translator after the match yesterday, and she said the team was there outside of the stadium until 1 a.m., like meeting and greeting with the fans afterwards. Yeah.
Good lord.
There
It's
were
like 3 hours.
Yeah, that's a lot. But there were so many people yesterday too. Yeah, and it was like lines and lines and lines backstage, which was really great of them before they head back to Japan. Now we're looking at championship points again. Paper X qualified for Champions, and this is based on championship points alone.
Yes. So at Paper X, they could bomb out of playoffs. They could go ahead, lose the opening 2 games they get to play in, given that they are already seeded into the double elimination bracket, and they're still going to be fine. But if that does happen, that potentially screws Gen G as well, because Gen G now are at risk.
Yeah, RRQ has a chance to do the funniest thing. I mean, but it'd be quite funny in a lot of ways, not just because it'd be Gen G, who had just won a Masters and they maybe don't make Champions, but then also RRQ would get their revenge against Gen G for all the struggles they've had. Yeah, they've already beat them once in the regular season, but in a game where it didn't have the highest of stakes. So now you have a chance where it has the highest of stakes potentially, especially for RRQ, a team who basically needs to get top 3 to get through to Champions.
Yep.
And you got to win against Gen G, and then who knows, you beat Paper X after that.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if they can do that, then yeah, RQ will be through. Otherwise, even if they go on to beat Gen G and then lose to Paper X, they still have that lower bracket matchup that they get to play. And if they can win there to be either DRX, Talon, or Team Secret, they need that to be able to get in top 3. And if they can, then they'll have made their first playoffs as well as their first international tournament, because we're not going to count lock-in. Everyone was there.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, I think this is going to be the first international tournament for Secret and a number of these teams, actually. So this is kind of a huge deal for them to be so close at this point. Now we're looking at the top performers of Stage 2. Do you guys have any favorites for this Stage 2 amongst this bunch?
Ooh, I mean, I'm always a Devi stan. He is an insanely talented player, so it's hard not to instantly just have a ton of respect for what he's been able to do on this team that's full of cracked gamers, full of tremendous players, but he's so consistent, so good in so many different scenarios with so many different agents. Yeah, Devi is probably right now for me my player of the year for Pacific.
I agree with this.
Yeah.
How about you, Kilios?
I would agree. I mean, we were both in agreement and we didn't even chat about it, but when we were polled, like, you know, who do we think is going to be the finals champion of Shanghai and who's going to be the MVP, we did say Paper X and Devi would be the MVP. Granted, that didn't come to fruition, but it just goes to show how much stock we put into this guy because he has been incredible just the entire time. You know, for his whole career, he's always been there. He's always been present and finding value for the team, but it feels like especially the last 2 years has been a bit of a renaissance period here for the Sultan.
And I want to give a shout out to Izu here. He's been playing really well now, being slotted between Duelist and Sentinel roles, so he's really putting up some good numbers across the board on both of those, particularly on Killjoy. He's playing very, very well, frankly. He's got a solid raise, too, so that's really nice to see for T1. Even though they didn't make playoffs, even though it's a disappointing year for them, they went to Shanghai. It didn't go very well, and since then, they haven't really been able to regroup, even with Stacks coming into the roster, so... But there is a highlight here that Izu is looking good and could be a foundational piece for T1 going forward.
Yeah, this is what we want to see from our newer players joining into the franchise. And speaking of newer players joining the franchise, Bleed, our Ascension team, Darian was also really performing the last time we saw them go against Gen G, and that was a very promising show. And considering these are the two teams, T1, Izu from T1 and Darian from Bleed, they're going to be facing off today.
They are. And it just feels like a lot of these last-minute pivots for some of the roles have just really been paying off dividends for these teams, but it's unfortunately, you know, too late to be able to bail them out, to be able to get them into those playoffs.
All right, let's see how the players are doing. We're welcoming them into the venue. I believe they're with Bella.
촬영하면
Hello, Stacks.
Hello.
Alright, which floor?
Last match, stage 2, regular season.
Alright.
Are we going to have fun?
Yeah, have fun. Have a best game.
Yeah, let's do best.
Yeah, for the
Best of our best.
only for me.
Yeah, let's go, brother. I think it's fun, man.
No.
A wholesome version.
Yeah. I mean, how do you, you're the original elevator guy.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that segment? A little different vibes than last time. A little less aggressive.
I mean, okay, I appreciate that they're, you know, getting along and everything.
Yeah.
Stacks has kind of calmed down a little bit,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I still feel like I need to be there to make sure that they're not causing any trouble, especially Stacks.
Stacks is going to hide backstage until Champion starts.
And then
She's
pop
going
out.
to run out onto the stage.
I'm supposed to be here.
Just sit down and get a little hat and fake eyebrows and mustache on.
I'm always supposed to
Maybe
be
I
here.
can recruit him to help me with the elevator for champs.
He could be your elevator assistant.
Okay, now we can go full-blown, why can't I think of the Grand Budapest Hotel?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
So when you guys are here to join us at Champions, so those of you who bought tickets, just make sure to take the elevator because you're going to see this guy and Stacks. Now, seeing them together was really nice. T1 and Bleed, they've been having kind of a rough year throughout this year, and we've seen these moments, these glimpses, these glimmers of hope from both of these teams, and now they'll be facing off today, and including, you know, ex-teammates like we just saw.
Yeah, it's been a rough going here for both of the squads. I think for T1, a lot more surprising, frankly, compared to Bleed. Bleed was that Ascension team. They've been going through an immense number of changes. And while T1, they did make a big change at the very end, adding Stacks to the roster, which again, how could you not? He becomes available. Of course, you want to be able to snatch him up. It's still been a very rough season. They made it over to Masters Shanghai, but they had to get those wins as soon as they came back over here for Stage 2, and it just narrowly escaped their grasp. They lose out on playoffs, but both teams have always been playing some pretty close series. They just haven't been able to get over the finish line. You see here, both of them 4-1-2 losses throughout the stage. These are things that need to be cleaned up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will say overall, I think in some ways, I know it hurts to be in this position for these two teams. It's not ideal, but I will say that in a big picture sense for Pacific, it was a good year because a lot of teams improved or at least showed, like you said, glimmers of hope, glimmers of maybe being able to qualify for playoffs. In the case of T1, they even qualified for an international event. Bleed got a win. DFM got wins. Like a lot of the teams that, in the previous year, our Ascension team, you never know what to expect out of them, but, last year DFM couldn't win. This year they get wins. So there's improvement overall throughout the region. Obviously, we won a trophy as well. That's huge, but in general, I'm really impressed. And I went into a lot of these matches feeling like most of the teams had a shot. There were very few times where I felt like one team was just 100% going to win.
Yeah, I mean, there's still even a world, and it's not even that unrealistic of a world where T1, at the end of it all, will have a more successful year than DRX. Because DRX still need to get a victory in order to make it the champions. They could still walk away being like, okay, well, we're the only other Korean team aside from Gen G to be able to attend an international event. That's something that still is very possible for them and something that they can at least take home to the bank and then look forward to the next season. So we'll have to see how things shake out for them in the future. But for now, we'll zoom in on the two former teammates.
Oh, yes. Speaking of DRX, Stacks and Zest. Do you think moving T1 was a good move for Stacks? Do you think he's been thriving better from, I know it's been really short. We only seen him play 2-3 games with T1 right now.
I think probably just for his own mentality, it's a better move. Obviously, if he's still on DRX, who knows if they're in the position they're in or not. Hard to say for sure. But I think for him, he just needed a change of scenery. I think he was happy to go onto a team where he maybe doesn't have to IGL all the time or, can kind of take a secondary role in that regard, something like that, where there's not as much pressure on his shoulders, where he can just go out and frag. And we've already seen some of those huge plays, some of those huge 1vx clutches that he was so historically known for. Go back to the mouse kiss moment. Everybody remembers that. That's the Stacks that I think in his mind he wants to be. So I think, this is more comfortable for him for sure.
Yeah, he's been very vocal about not really wanting the IGL role ever since it was thrust upon him with Glow stepping over to become, a positional coach here for the side of DRX. So I think that he is unlocked. I think that we kind of saw that, that breach ace that he had on that Sunset map. I think it was the first series that he had with T1. In fact, he is still an incredibly gifted and talented player, and that has been brought back to the forefront even more so now that he isn't in that position.
Yes, and now it's been interesting over the last 2-3 weeks, especially as because Bleed was the first team to not qualify for playoffs, and then I think when that started happening for T1 as well, they both started experimenting a bit and trying out new comps, and I can imagine there might be a shuffle in the preferred map pools going into the very last match for the season.
I think this is a great time to just try some maps you haven't played. If you're Bleed, throw a Haven in there. Get a map that you haven't been great at. Play Bind again. Because why not? Why not learn and see what you can work on? Because again, the best practice you're going to get is on stage in an official match. There is no other practice that compares. Scrims are fine, but this is definitely a moment where you can work on some stuff. So that's kind of where I'm looking for Bleed, is to play some maps that you're maybe not good at or that you haven't even played.
Yep, I fully agree with that. Might as well just go ahead, go with the bang. This series, ultimately, it doesn't affect anything. It doesn't mean too much. It's just going to be a sense of pride going out with a victory here for your fans.
And here we got Autumn and Legia going into looking really serious. Look at their little formal postures here. It looks
serious mode.
Yeah, they're so serious. Loosen up, guys. Come on.
Okay, Bleed Band split. Whatever, it's going to be out of the pool anyway.
Yep.
T1 banned Sunset.
I kind of wish Abyss was in a
yeah, let's
little
go.
earlier. All right,
I love
got your
this.
mind. Yeah,
Okay.
this is
Again,
good.
pick a map you haven't been good on.
Well, I mean, how about just a map we haven't seen? No
Yeah.
one's
Yeah,
played
that's
Bind.
true.
This entire stage has always been banned away.
Yeah.
So Bind for the first pick. T1 still going to be going for Lotus. This is
Boo! Boring.
This is what they love. This is what they want to do. So we get to see them play the Lotus
Oh,
again,
T1.
which likely, unless there's some really overarching comp changes, means that we get to see a bit more of Saya on that chamber.
Which is fun. I get it. It is, it's a solid map for them for sure. T1's going to ban Haven though, so it is going to be Ascent. I'm a little sad in that regard. I would have liked to have seen Haven, but
Yeah.
I mean, again, these teams still taking it somewhat seriously. So
Yeah, what this likely means is that we get 2 maps of Izu Duelist and then 1 of him back over onto the Omen, with Saya player picking up the Jet for Ascent, fully expecting to see him likely running the chamber even on Bind as well. So I think that if they're really, really going to lean into it, that's probably what they bring out, and that honestly does change quite a bit about the compositions that T1 have been running.
Izu played KJ last time though on Ascent.
That might be the case.
X-Gear
yeah,
and
X-Gear is playing Omen, that's right.
But anyway, regardless, I still am really excited we get to see Bind at least once this stage.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe we haven't played it at all.
The
but
very last match, we finally get one.
Oh, this is great. I mean, I want to see what these 2 teams are cooking. I'm really curious about it because we haven't got to see it much from either team. Neither of them has a win on it. So, hey, somebody's going to get their first win on Bind. Got that going for you, which is nice.
That's great. I mean, I just wish Abyss came in a couple days earlier, so that could have been one of the options.
Yeah.
A little preview before we go into playoffs, where Abyss will be introduced and Split. Bye-bye to Split, which we've seen a fair bit of over the course of this year. I would say Pacific has, one of the strongest splits in all the regions. So it's a little sad to see that go, especially as we go into Champions. But yeah, okay. Now, got T1, we got Bleed. Stats-wise, it's been, I wouldn't say it's comparable, but I think today's a little hard to predict, at least for me it was. How do you guys feel about your predictions?
I went T1.
Okay. We all did.
The red team will win.
Red team wins.
The boldest of predictions.
Look, I went with T1. I think that they have shown just more overall. They are the team that managed to go over to Master Shanghai, and granted they weren't able to get much done there, but they at least have that much more experience. I will say this new iteration of Bleed, the 5th one this year, has looked very, very good. Darian on the Jet looks deadly. It looks very scary for them, but I just have to go with kind of results-based analysis, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's just a bit more fragging potential on T1 than on Bleed. That being said, Bleed can definitely win this today. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
They took a map off Gen G. Like, this is a very good team when they're at their best. And it doesn't just have to be Darion playing well. Retless had some huge moments, some huge moments.
Scary, Zest.
Scary is always scary. Zest is great, especially on Ascent if we get to map 3.
That's
So
right.
I'm really looking forward to this match. Honestly, I think it's going to be very close.
Yeah, and I think them knowing too, this is their last hurrah for 2024 regular season, and for this year, I think they're gonna have a lot of fun with it. So I think that means fun for us too. Now, speaking of fun, guys, I know you love guess and gaze, so we're like ultimate guess and game. I got pop quiz time. All right.
I mean, I don't think we can do any worse than Quack.
That's true.
So, basic rules.
Quack didn't even know that he was the one who predicted
he was one of
DFM
the
the most
answers.
times.
Okay. Yes, I know. All right. So this time, because I make the rules, different host this time. All right. Similar. It's a quiz. First 2 questions I'm going to ask you is whoever answers first.
Oh.
I don't know if you want to shout it or if you want to raise your hand first. How civilized do we want to be?
Oh, let me put the marker away.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll go by hand raise.
Hand raise. All right. This is the classroom version.
I'm gonna raise the whiteboard.
Okay.
All right, whatever.
All right. You can smack Clinton with it. All right. Are you guys ready? Whoever gets more points basically gets to rank up on the guessing game. And I think currently Kilios is at Diamond and Paper Thin, you're at Bronze.
Yeah, I'm trolling.
All right. That's cool. Don't troll now because this is very serious.
Oh.
This is, you guys ready?
Yeah.
First question. Which map had the most aces in stage 2? We have 3 options: Icebox, Split, or Sunset. Which map had the most aces? Paper Thin.
Sunset?
Correct.
Oh.
It is Sunset.
Boom.
What were you gonna guess Sunset?
No.
Oh, okay.
I should have. but-
Split. I think it would have been like
I could
between
think
Split
of
and
two-
Sunset.
I could think of like 2 or 3 off the top of my head for
Yeah.
Sunset alone, and I was like, that's probably
Yeah.
Probably it, yeah.
Exactly.
I can only
Exactly.
think of one for Split, and that was Flashbacks.
Flashbacks on Split, and then I was thinking, remember Darian's on Icebox.
Oh, Darian's on
but
Icebox, yeah.
Yeah, Sunset, I was like, well, there's Sax's one, and I couldn't remember that. And Jinx, of course.
Karan, Jing.
Yeah, Karan with the sheriff.
There was another one that I had in my head, and it's gone now, but
Yeah, there are a
that's
lot
what
on
the
Sunset
age does
Stage
to
2.
you.
Happy birthday, Clinton. It's Clinton's birthday again.
It is not.
Everyone,
I'm not 40
DM him.
yet. Leave me alone.
DM him.
I have
Wish him
another
happy
year.
birthday. Post your favorite picture of Paper Thin up. All right, second question. Which player had the first ace in Stage 2? The first ace.
And this one's not a multiple choice.
It is not. I mean, if you
First ace in Stage 2. I'll take a punt.
Go for
Is
it.
Stacks?
Nope.
Ah, damn it.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, sure. Was it Flashback?
Nope. We're just gonna keep going. First ace.
First.
This is tough, actually.
First ace of Stage 2?
Who played in week
Okay.
1? I don't even remember.
Yeah.
I'll narrow it down. It was on Sunset. Do you want the teams? All right. Bleed and Secret were playing. It was
Players
match
of-
2.
Was
This
it
is early
Retla?
on. Not Retla.
You can have a guess since I.
You just go through the
Jeremy?
roster. No.
Dude, I think we just
Why
both
don't
think.
you remember match 2 of the very
Was it
first
Zest?
ace? No.
No, Zest.
Oh,
Zest
Sunset.
doesn't have an
It's
ace.
Sunset, so
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
if that helps, but yeah.
It does not.
Okay.
No. I think we just have
Okay,
to.
it's on
I have no
Secret.
idea. On Secret, okay. Well,
Whoever just
was
gets
it-
the right name first is just gonna get this point.
Wild Oreo?
Nope.
Jesse Vash?
Nope.
Are there people left?
There's
that
like
we
one
haven't guessed?
person left.
Was it 2GE?
No.
Envy?
Envy.
It had to be Envy then.
I don't know if that
I don't
counts.
think I deserve a point for that.
I don't know
was-
that counts, Andy. I'm gonna leave that up to
I
production.
think if I've proven anything with my predictions, my brain is locked off from Secret. I just don't retain any of that. There's no belief there anymore.
I'm shocked you're worse than me at this. I thought I was going to get wrecked.
It's all a blur.
It's true.
Well, yeah, you guys are terrible at that. That's okay. That's okay. There's another question. What is the highest number of rounds in Stage 2? Oh, sorry, highest number of rounds played in Stage 2. All right.
28?
Yes. Do you know what? There were 2 matches that actually did that.
Yeah, we had 2 15-13 score lines. I don't remember. T1 was involved in one of
Yes.
them.
It was T1 and Team Secret.
T1 Genji.
Or
T1
T1
it was
Genji.
T1, yeah.
On
it was-
Icebox? No, there
No,
was an
it
Icebox.
I
was-
don't remember which map.
Oh, okay.
I was
didn't
just
give me
looking
that
at this yesterday, but yeah,
RQ.
28.
RQ,
DFM.
DFM.
Yeah,
That was the
yeah,
other one.
yeah.
That was Icebox.
Yeah, I
pretty
believe
sure.
that should have been Icebox.
That one I remember now.
Yeah.
I was looking at this.
But yeah, but you got 28. Nice job. Very good. All right, next question. So I hope you guys can see the screen here. It's a fill in the blank. Who am I? Which player?
That's a player?
That's a player. It's a little Wordle thing for you today. I'll give you 2 letters already.
I'm really bad at Hangman.
This isn't even Hangman.
This is more of a Wordle.
We have no way to mitigate this.
This is a player?
This is a player. You guys don't play Wordle. I was literally playing while I was getting my makeup done.
I think we might need a hint.
He's a hint. He's a Neon player.
Oh, I got it. I got it.
Go.
It's Governor.
It's Governor. It's Governor. I think you guys are tied on points right now.
No, he's up by 2, I think.
I'm
You got one?
I've gotten 1.
Oh,
he's
yes, you got 1. Okay.
I punt. That one with Envy with the
Now
ace
this
doesn't
one
count.
you guys
That's
can-
just-
Okay, so then we're 2-1.
This one you guys can write on the board. We have 3 more questions, so you still have a chance.
Okay.
Julius.
Just rocking it.
All right. Who is this player? So we're going to have hints that come up. Here's the first hint. I play Flex for
Flex
the
for the T.
team. For the T.
So it's a British player.
Filling the T, okay. Don't we only have like 1?
All right.
Is it just Russ? Like,
Okay.
There are a lot of Flex players. All right, hint 2. Let's throw that up. My favorite weapon is Vandal. That
Well, that's
narrows
like
it down.
Wow.
90% of our
If
players.
one of you guys gets this early, I feel like you should get a point for that. Do you want to give your? Do you want to give in now? Show your answer now, Achilles, or do you want to wait? We have a couple more hints, but whoever calls it first,
Forsaken?
it is not Forsaken.
Okay,
All right, we'll
never mind.
continue. Hint 3, please. I'm close with texture. Let's
Benji Fishy.
let's give hint 4.
I'm close with texture.
I like to eat a lot.
A lot.
This is so many people.
What? I thought
on the
these were so
team?
obvious. Texture and he likes to eat a lot. And if it's not texture, okay, let's do hint 5. All right, listen for the cue.
Manya.
Is he a flex though? That's what's throwing me off.
It is Monyet.
See, Steve agrees with
But
me.
I want to keep. It is indeed Monyet. I want to roll the other.
I call shenanigans.
Sound. I think there is another sound that we have.
Yeah, we would have both gotten
This
that
I would
one.
have gotten it right away. I remember this instantly when I hear this. 'Cause we were casting this.
Please, if for those of you who want to make this your ringtone, just go ahead and download
Just horrify
it.
people on the bus.
Every time you want a notification that VCT Pacific is live, just put on that Monyet cue.
Oh yeah, the last hint
Yeah.
was easy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right. Okay.
How many more do we have?
We got 2 more questions
We got 3 minutes.
left.
Let's
All
go.
right. Next question. What did Achilleos say after this moment in the match?
Well, he said it.
Can
This
you
isn't
say
even
it
fair.
the same way?
It's did I see scream or roar? I don't remember that.
You gotta give your answer. What's
He
your
let
answer?
out a primal roar. It's something to that effect.
I think that was it. It's close, yeah.
It's close. Do you want to do your impression of it?
No.
Why?
Well, I'll just. I guess I'll. He's always on his lonesome. That's something he says all the time.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right. Well, you're fair. I feel like that's correct enough.
It's on his lonesome,
And
yeah.
this man lets out a primal roar. Let's roll it.
Let's out a primal roar. See, I hit the intonation.
You
Spot
did.
on.
You did.
Boom. That was.
You sounded just like Achilleos.
That was a very easy one.
Yeah. Wow. Shocking.
You're better than Quack, I guess. In knowing yourself. Okay. The very last question. During this DRX versus Talon game, which player used the 13-0 spray? Achilleos.
Cruz.
It was Cruz. Correct. How many points are we at?
Dang.
That
I
was
think I sniped the lead.
Oh, I forgot to put it on. No, I put it on.
Yeah. Yep,
There
I remember
we
him
go.
throwing that up, and then they got bodied in the half.
Yep. Do you remember the 9-3 spray yesterday too? Was
Yeah,
like
that was. I think it was Munchkin.
Oh, Munchkin, yeah.
Munchkin used the 9-3, and then they
lost.
Yeah.
threw it.
Yep. Like.
I question this quiz. First of
Yeah?
all, Monyet, I don't really view as a flex player, but
Okay. Well.
not in the same way I think of flex.
Well,
is.
production does.
Well, I don't make the
Fine.
rules. I'm
Fine.
just here to ask the
Let's
questions.
go.
Wow, you totally flipped that around. You are now immortal.
And then they also had one that was literally something he said.
Doesn't matter.
You know what?
We could
That's fine.
play this again if
No,
you want.
no,
Would
it's
you
fine.
like another one?
If it makes you feel better, you can have the envy question point.
Oh yeah, okay, then it's 4-3. Sure, why not?
All right. Okay, fair enough. Well, good job. You ranked up. I think I'm still somewhere. I'm with you. I'm over with you in bronze. All right, we are going to be going to the T1 Bleed game. I want to ask you guys, we've seen so many different iterations of Bleed throughout this year. Do you guys have a favorite roster that you really liked?
The current one?
I think the current one.
Current
it's,
one?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
one of
so
these.
we had like Yay, we had Crazy Guy Part 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
Retla came in.
Yeah, Zest when he
Zest.
first joined.
Yeah.
There's, like I said, there's been a lot of different iterations of the team, but right now, the most faith that I've had in them has been this one. I mean, Darian has just been frying. You know, that ace that he pulled off on Icebox was absolutely gorgeous to watch. It's one of the craziest aces that we've seen, period, in VCT. So I think that this has got to be the one, just because this is the one that seems like they can actually fight back a bit more.
Yeah. How about you?
Same.
Same?
Yeah, I think it's the best version of them that we've seen. They look the most organized and cohesive.
All right. Well, let's see the best version of both of these teams today. T1 versus Bleed.
T1. undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm ranking up on all the season. Esports. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to go. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone.
Welcoming our two teams. T1, our Masters qualified team, versus BLD, who ascended into Pacific this year.
I'm looking forward to this match today in a lot of ways. I want to see like how T1 continues to improve, bringing Carpe back in, to see exactly what they're kind of working on at the end of the year here in preparation for next year. And same for BLD. You know, you're probably looking at these players thinking, you know, who do we want to keep? You know, what do we want our roster to look like next year? What are some things we can improve on overall? And working on Bind to start, I think is a good idea for both squads. Hasn't been your best map. Let's see what you can, you know, come out with towards the end and find some strengths.
For T1, it's been a bizarre year for Bind because they played this, I believe, 5 times in 2024, but haven't got any wins on it. It's been a very rough going for them on this map that I think it's easy to say last year was a big strength for them.
Yes.
You know, Carpe was one of the first ones to really start picking up Gecko whatsoever here in Pacific, and that was a big strength that they had on Bind, and it was a reason why a lot of teams were, you know, either floating that to the very end of the series or just straight up banning it away from T1. But it's not been kind to them. I'm really curious what they look like coming into it here in Stage 2 for this final series, because we haven't seen it at all from any teams. And now with Stacks in, this changes up the roles that we have been seeing from T1 considerably. They've liked to run the Harbor as well as the KO in the past. Those are both roles that Stacks has played and is very comfortable on, but what does it look like now?
All right, this match is the last we're going to see of these two teams this season. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy. We're going to go over to our casters, Asarai and Chobra.
Thank you very much. Yes, the last match of the regular season between the two red teams. It's T1 versus BLD. Just a single best of 3 today, but it should be an exciting one.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, there's, I think, still so much at stake right now, especially for BLD, that are in that state of ascension, as as Victoria was talking about. We saw how good their match was against Gen G last time, and honestly, it made me feel hopeful because this was the BLD that I expected to come into Pacific, you know, with kind of performance, with the kind of dominance that Durian has shown. So moving forward into this match, again, this is the last one for Stage 2 for them. It still, again, is something to definitely watch out for coming into this one.
And of course, it's going to be that Bind picked up by BLD, and we're going to have the Deadlock Cypher come out, as T1 will just be going back to a Gecko composition double controller on that side. Stack's going to be playing his trademark KO. Izu continue to be the duelist. Now, that's right. Personally, I'm very excited for this because I have been talking over a Deadlock Cypher composition being played every week in Challengers Korea. So Frieza Gaming is undefeated with this composition here on Bind. It's actually the first time I saw this comp was on Bind earlier this year. Obviously, now it's been used on several other maps, but this should be a treat.
Yeah, true. Although I don't think we've seen any Pacific team that made it successful. Remember, it was DFM that kind of brought it out on Lotus to kind of varying degrees of success. You know, you have to be very precise with how you throw the wall of the Deadlock to really cut off some rotational angle from your team. But very excited to see how this kind of fares out, especially when T1 is a team that will not have that Sentinel. So no anti-flanks for them whatsoever. If they commit to a site, it really has to be that committance. So we'll have to see how this kind of just pans out.
Well, we'll see. T1, surely they've been studying the tapes of all sorts of teams across the world that have been showing this comp here and there to varying success, as you mentioned. Now, BLD, I think, will be happy to start on the defensive side, but like I always say, this composition actually really shines and sings its tune when it goes into the post plant, where on Bind, I would say you get a bit of a freebie on defense, since obviously the defaults are a bit easier to set up, traps on both sides. We already see it right now. You got Cam on A, watching Bats, then you got a trip on short, got the sonic sensor under window on Hookah, and now it's just an easy 4-man charge out, and they will run right into each other. Darion picking up right where he left off against Gen G. Takes out 2 with the Sheriff.
Look at that. That's going to be the slow already. T1's kind of caught into the crossfire, and they can't really cross without getting tagged. Unfortunately for Carpe, he's going to lose his life as cannot really get that reload ongoing, especially with 2 more players, Crazy Guy and Scary, still holding there on Garden.
Yeah, I mean, easy start for Bleed, right? Again, something that this composition allows you to do is go for a little bit of an easier stack and then quicker rotates.
Yeah.
If you do want to just go for the default trap setups. Nice shots as well from both Darion and Scary. Good for 2 each. Now, we should also remind you, this was one of the maps that Bleed and Crazy Guy as the IGL highlighted very successfully last year at Ascension. It was one of their strong maps. They had very good reads on it, very good counters as well. So curious to see how well they pilot this composition.
Yeah, they had some varying levels of success as well during, I think that was stage 1, where Crazy Guy, the older iteration of Bleed, was also playing with the rest of the team. And anyways, Darion is just on fire already with the 3K, and he's not stopping. Carpe out in the open here. Redla is chasing. I mean, it's not bad to also give that kill to Darion, who is very close to his showstopper.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you know, maybe even just, yeah, you'll get it with the death. As long as you don't lose any more weapons, I would say that's not a bad trade. Got that showstopper online for the bonus, and Retla will be chasing. He is a little bit far ahead, but still enough health to combat the classic of Carpe, and that's 2 quick rounds for Bleed.
Yeah, I'm loving this this energy that we're feeling right now from Bleed, right? It just feels like everybody is online. Darion is already 5 kills in, and he already has the showstopper, as we were mentioning. And this isn't even anything, you know, out of nowhere here for Bleed. They're just really wanting to get that quick contact against T1, just so that, you know, T1 can't really get any kind of map control, can't secure any of the orbs. You know, all of those things that you kind of want as T1 when you're on that pistol round because you lost the first one.
Now we are going to see the Guardian being shifted over to Darion still, as he will be the one still looking to get extra kills. He does have the showstopper, so I imagine there might come a time where he trades that with Zest. Zest can maybe get a couple of extra kills with the Guardian, and then he charges in with the showstopper. But T1, they've already cleared bats. They want to start to set up, get some information. It's going to be the Gravnet that slows them down. So all the Sentinel util currently stacked up on the A side, and they start the push all the way out from Hookah. All right, recovers the rifle. Zest, he's already pinched him through.
Carpe is keeping an eye out here, and just in case that Zest does come out to go for the challenge, and Zest will win that fight, forcing the rest of T1 to now come out of showers. Wingman gonna start planting the spike. Can Redla deny it? Yes, he will, and that is going to be quite difficult for T1. They have to get that pickup once more, but you can see that there is still some util that, again, Bleed has yet to use that could make it difficult for T1 to retake that spike.
And here's the thing. They first need to clear Zest, but after that, even if they do get him, there's still a tripwire, there's still a sonic sensor waiting for them in A short. They've already used their paint shells, can't clear that too easily, and you're already down to 30 seconds. I mean, this may turn into a round where you may have to cut your losses if you can't get in and get the first kill right away. That 0 point is going to deny the sonic sensor, but there's still a tripwire. It's going to be a killter if they don't break it. It's a successful break from Saya. Stack's good for the trade. Stack's good for another as well. Excellent cover from the newcomer over on T1, settling right in throughout stage 2. Now up to Zest and Scary. Scary goes down. Zest all alone. Can't find a second kill in the round. T1 will take it.
Great re-attack there from T1 coming out majority through A short. You saw that player from Bleed was kind of holding on to lamps, not really checking correctly the cross from T1, so he didn't really expect that Izu was going to be already on the site and kind of misjudged the situation. That was enough time for T1, as you can see here on this replay, to just re-hit the site once more, get those trades, get the plant even, and put Bleed on the back end.
Yeah, given the circumstances, T1, very successful finish to that round for sure. The showstopper still not used from Darion. Obviously, this is a round where he'll be looking to use it if he wants to cycle. And now T1, yeah, they have the read that it's going to be pushes out every time, because here's the thing. If you just sit on your laurels with the traps, then you actually start to get red pretty hard because you will be spread out thin. But if you're able to utilize the traps to your success, if you're Bleed on the defensive side and push out from one side every single round, now the map gets easier. So Carpe making the correct adjustment here for T1 to counter that initial push.
Yeah, absolutely. They are getting read somewhat correctly here by T1. Crazy Guy's going to get forced back. Oof, that Dizzy's going to give him information that somebody is at least holding this angle. Zest, though, stops any control coming out of Hookah. Here comes the Blade, here comes the Peak, and they're not really ready for Crazy Guy. You can already see that Hexgear was just having his iPad out, and that's going to cost him his life. 2 players remaining for T1. One more coming out through here, and it's only going to be Carpe as he drops outside. Good first pick, 45 HP. Can he deal with Darion? Yes, he can. And it's all down to Carpe. Knows Crazy Guy's into the corner, but that slow, that stun is going to just be annoying to deal with, and Crazy Guy finishes him off.
Yeah, I was about to say, they did have that sonic sensor there the whole time, so not really any need to charge in, but Darion thought he might have had a timing there as Crazy Guy tried to draw some aggro over from Garden. Of course, a couple extra kills, but at the end of the day, it's surround secured. I love Crazy Guy pushing past the 0 point as well. I mean, this is a fluid, confident Bleed Esports. Like you said, Astrid, the Bleed Esports, I think a lot of fans were hoping to see all year long, but at the very least, it's better late than never.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, again, going to be a problem for T1. They don't really have Rossi anymore, who is that super aggressive initiator alongside them. Sure, Stax has his own merits, but when you're up against a team like this, you want that extra bit of, I guess, forcefulness when you're up against Bleed, but we'll have to see how they kind of adapt to that, as they are at least 2 rounds behind.
Yeah, the thing that T1 has to use to their advantage is going to be that double initiative. Oh, a bit of a greedy barrier mesh through the teleporter. It is going to block off Shower, so they don't have to worry about that for the time being, but Zest is stranded. Those sonic sensors over in Hookah not going to do anything. So it will be the smoke coming out from Brimstone to assist for that extra delay. Zest now narrowing the angles, knows that he has support. There's the Molly going out. Thrash denied as well, and a kill from Scary. The cover is just immaculate.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Molly forcing out the TP as well. I think it was Carpe that actually broke the wall for them so that they can transition here a little bit quicker into the A site. Rettler still holding an angle right now, does get all that information. The long-range battle actually going to make him lose that fight and allows T1 to access the A site once again. Going to plan it on triple, but it's very bangable with the Vandal in the hand of Darion, who just absolutely delivers that showstopper. Only down now to Zest, 2 versus 1. And he gets caught by Stax.
Yeah, Stax waiting right there in lamps to catch Zest as he's trying to fill the site. That 1v2, unfortunate. Trying to go in with Darion on the showstopper. It's a good attempt from Bleed, but T1 was quite well prepared for it. The double swing around the boxes on the A site, successful in making sure that they get all the way to the spike plant. Crazy Guy gets caught out just a bit. And we'll see. So T1, I mean, this time obviously the early pick against the Deadlock already weakens the defense quite a bit. But if you're not able to always get that duel, what we were talking about was a double initiator. You have that 0 point, which you can use to try to nullify some of the traps and then get close, destroy them, disrupt that default setup here from Bleed.
And it is being used a lot at the start of the round. You can see Stax actually using it to kind of clear certain positions, you know, so that Carpe can actually start moving in, rest of T1 at the same time. Crazy Guy does hear a bit of noise right now outside of Belong, and the big question is, if they commit to this, he does have Annihilation up and running. Carpe holding the flank, does get the kill on Rettler.
Yeah, it was just a Cypher, though, so he doesn't expect more than one. He tried to wait an extra second, but not long enough. So the flank still coming through. Crazy Guy is holding on to back sight, ready to pinch when needed. The firepower weak, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. Annihilation now gone, shut down. Orbital Strike available. Will they use it? Darion got a kill. Now it's a 3v3.
Yeah, they still have the Orbital Strike on both the Brimstones at this point. So that is going to delay things in terms of the defuse and maybe even the retake. We'll have to see how that kind of goes, as it's already been expended by Xcure. 3 versus 3. They know that Belong is going to be a bit of a problem here. Smoke still available for them, but that is in the line of sight of Stax.
And the Molly's delaying them just long enough. Scary might be thinking about using his Orbital Strike here just for the timing on the spike. Darion gets one cover as well. They're not quite sure if it's going to be stuck all the way through, and it will. Scary complete with the bodyguarding as well. What a nice thrifty round from Bleed.
That was so smart. He knew that they have to be in somewhat position inside of where the Orbital Strike was hitting so that they can stop that defuse from happening, and they just forced T1 to try to challenge that, and they did. And this was such a great catch from Darion. He saw the cross coming in from Izu on that replay and just, again, removed any kind of resistance that was on T1 on the site so they could focus their efforts onto Belong, or maybe even on Hookah if there was any rotation that came out from T1, which, as we saw, was not.
Yeah, I mean, that Orbital Strike was perfect. Even just waited all the way to the end of the Molly. No reason to force it too early. Like you said earlier, the 0 point being used early for some information, but that does mean they'll have to wait another timing if they want to try to scout out the trap switches. We can see on the mini-map, it's pretty crowded over on the A side.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a smoke right in their faces. I think Scary right now is kind of hoping that he pushes everyone else to maybe go Belong so that, you know, this Flash setup with Durian could get some value. But that being said, you're absolutely right. If they try to rotate onto that A site, there is a heap load of traps just waiting for them, and it's going to be painful for like somebody like maybe Easy to double satchel through that when you look at where the tripwire is actually placed on A short.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much, and sure, you might get lucky with a paint shell, but Crazy Guy's going to be the lucky one. And Izu gets caught right away. There's the annihilation as well. I mean, they are just completely stumped. Spike now stranded in showers. Bleed accounting for everything. And it honestly just gets even worse now because, as you pointed out, the operator in Darion's hand, now he can shut down effectively 3 out of the 4 lanes here on Vine. And T1, they have to be able to get some sort of dry contact win to start opening up the map.
That's true, but any kind of dry contact just means that, again, if it's here on the A site, they all just play it back at the site, wait for the utils to start doing their thing. Stacks can't tag everybody with the blade, right? Because they're going to be playing far apart from each other just to make sure that they have still some efficiency with the setups. So it's going to be quite difficult to really find a direct contact unless Bleed did what they did like a round or two ago where Crazy Guy just kind of crossed B long and got caught. But I think Bleed are very aware of that now.
Yeah, I mean, T1, wonder if we're going to see a timeout come out. We'll see. It might depend on the comms, but looks like the timer has stopped. So the timeout now coming through. See what the coaching staff has picked up here on the patterns from Bleed. And here's the thing, there's no strict pattern. I mean, Bleed has just been one step ahead on the reads. You know, a couple of these rounds, they stack all the Sentinel util. Other rounds, they spread it out, and then they start to push out from one side or the other. It's been a quick adjustment from Bleed, in fact, after they notice that Carpe's waiting for the push out. So they've made a lot of adjustments. Now it's T1's turn.
Yeah, great overall protocols here for Bleed that it just feels like they don't have to overread what T1 are doing. They just have to try to force T1 to go to what they're already setting up, right? Or at least if it's going to be this side or the other one, there's always going to be some sort of response. And that response is not to retreat, but rather to, again, maybe have a flash out or just have your traps. And it's really working in the favor right now of Bleed. I think the big question here with the timeout for T1 is how do they interact with one of these kind of setups that Bleed has? And unfortunately, for the previous times that we've seen it, it hasn't really gone too well.
See what the adjustments are. In the times that I've seen this composition work out pretty strongly here on Vine, a lot of times the best option from the attackers is to have a Sentinel, right, that pushes forward on a lurk, destroys the traps, and if it's a Cypher, you can use that cam to inch forward step by step. But obviously not an option right now for T1. You do have the Viper, but not as flexible in inching forward and destroying util at the same time.
Yeah, no.
So we'll see what the answer is. Right now it's just going to be a stack. They're looking for just a full execute, trying to rely on the paint shells to destroy all the traps. Is it going to be good for most of it? And no, it's not going to be good for any. They will get the sonic sensor disabled with the 0 point, and Izu all the way over the truck. Even with the Nerd's Blast Pass, he's able to make it. Retla just not taking the first shot actually allows Izu to live over Lamps.
You thought that was Durian for a second there? He just kind of lagged a little bit.
I think so.
Yeah, in any case, though, that is a great catch. They had to go very aggressive with Izu. He just had to play either he dies or he gets that map control or both. And right now, it is best of both worlds. He still survives, so he still is that credible threat that is holding somewhere on Lamps alongside Carpe. While Zest is trying to go clear it out himself, he's going to have to be going into the crossfire here where he could lose his life. Down to 66. Rest of Bleed now closing in. The fuse is happening. Question is, can they delay it? He's actually just going straight for it. Stacks, though, has the mindset to at least clear it out. Zest very low. Smoke should be going down. And can he find him through the smoke? Yes, he does. Durian gets the shot off, but the defuse actually comes through.
Yeah, right at the last second as well. So the shot from Saya just a half second late.
Oh.
Unfortunate. I mean, that was right down to the wire, but I don't know how Zest got that kill on Snacks. Snacks was the one waiting in the smoke, to Brimstone smoke. Not good vision inside of it, but the reactions are quick here from Zest. I love the cover as well. Oh, he just sees the barrel and he snaps on. Wow. Love to see a little bit of that rivalry between Zest and Stacks. Zest now still coming ahead of his old brother Stacks, now on different teams. Funny how both of them went from a blue team to two different red teams, yeah. Actually, RB's on a red team too. All these TRX members are moving on to red teams. What's going on?
Red means, does red mean power?
Not necessarily in Korea.
Oh, okay. You'll tell me all about it later, but in any case, we are going into the next round once again. Stacks has triggered his null command. They've gotten control of lamps right now, but they haven't transitioned to planting the spike just yet. There it is. Wingman will come through. Sure, Trap will delay it ever so slightly, but not for now. Oh, Crazy Guy's gonna be in a world of hurt. Yeah, 2 versus 1. Scary wants a piece of the buy, but he's about to go. No! He's not the one going down. They're the ones. 10 HP, 2 kills, and they're still not done.
Up now, watching for Showers. Darion's going to miss it a bit, but it's not going to matter too much as the rest of the team will be able to get the pinch over from Lamps. Now the post plant positioning in a bit of danger from T1. They still have a crossfire, but it's so few members, not anymore. As Bleed just continue to hit shot after shot. Crispy throughout the entire roster.
How does that even work, right? He was the one to swing out. He gets the first kill, sure, but the refrag was just non-existent or just wasn't quick enough. Look at this.
I mean, I don't know, but it happens. And I think this is just a great time to remind everyone that once you're at the VCT level, everyone's going to have a pretty similar floor, you know what I mean? Everyone's above a certain level, so it all comes down to the compositions, the prep, because that's what gives you the advantage when it comes to these duels. Sure, we have some exceptions that go completely wild, you know, like Ospas out in Americas. You know, there's a couple, obviously, Texture continuing to shine throughout here as well, but outside of those few, it's mostly about, are we just better prepared so that we have easier duels?
That's true, but I gotta say, I mean, they placed themselves there so that they get that quick little retake, and it did not happen at all. Ooh, Durion. Oh! He whips, okay. He was at least setting up his boom bot, so he has to back away, but that is a great grab net coming out from Crazy Guy. Could be a straight little pick here on the stacks, but he fights back. Now Izu comes around, helps his teammate out. Carpe's now onto the site itself. They will be able to place their smokes and mollies just to kind of allow access for T1 to plant that spike in, but this is going to be difficult. They don't really have the utility nor the shields, but they have picked up some weapons.
And Showstopper now out, so everyone has to be pushed far out. The 0 point, it's not going to cancel. He fires it off right in time. And now Bleed all on the site, but it's still a pinch. They're so concerned about Guard, and Izu still hasn't shown himself. They know that he must be around here somewhere on the site. Oh, Scary, another double!
Oh no.
Sprays through, he's now guarding once again. Izu just cannot find the kill. The DPS is still being stuck. And Izu pressed for time. Cannot find the angle. Scary with an amazing triple kill. What in the world? This is the Scary from last year. This is the Scary who had that 1v5 clutch at Ascension.
Well, he's proving his stock for sure. My God. Look at, there is nothing we could really do but just, you know, to kind of give justice. Yeah.
I've never heard him shout that loud.
I love it. Scary is doing so much right now for Bleed. It looked like they're supposed to lose the round already. T1 has the positioning, they got the numbers, they got the trap set up with the post plant and everything, but then somehow Scary is just able to thread through the needle and get these very crucial picks to retake momentum of the round.
Oh, well, I mean, I'll be honest, Astray, I'm kind of hoping T1 gets a couple more rounds because I would love to nerd out about the offensive capabilities of this Bleed composition. But right now, it's not looking like we're going to be given much of a chance. T1, they will break the early barrier mesh. Gets taken down immediately. That's a good little move. The orbital strike just to clear out the site. Zest is going to get traded by Carpe 1-for-1, but no raise on the side of T1. So they need to make sure they take the space right now. Split up with the orbital strike. Can Saya player get the kill and get out with the spike? He's just going to be hiding in the smoke. And Spike now sent out with Wingman.
Yeah. Wow, Red actually gets a pick from the back of the site. Will get refragged by Saya player. Durion is here with the operator. Crazy Guy comes around the corner, down to 2 bullets. Can he hit the shot? Not going to be the case. Durion by himself can isolate a fight before he gets the refrag, but no, not going to happen as Saya shuts him down, and that's 1 round in for T1.
And what we just saw there was Saya actually giving so much respect to Darion, which, by the way, he doesn't do much of against a lot of other duelists because he used to be one of the top for sure. But he saw Darion peeking all the way from defender spawn and he immediately just stuck to the wall. He said, I ain't repeating that operator. I've seen what Darion's capable of. No reason to force that fight. But that stability allows T1 to close out the round, now getting their 3rd win of the half.
Yeah. And he was waiting to kind of have that refrag / crossfire angle with X-Raid as well, who was somewhere kind of stuck, not really stuck, but far away still on Garden. That being said though, setup has kind of shifted a little bit here for Bleed. Now, Sentinels are available on both A and B side.
Yeah, and T1, they've really started to push the tempo up and just say, if we get a close tag, it's going to be the trip's gone. But Zest, like you mentioned, creeps up, gets the quick reaction against Carpe, both of them running right into each other around the corner. And now T1 once again stranded. No Sentinel, your lurk is gone. You have to commit to this A site. The spy cam's still alive right outside of Showers. And T1, they just can't make up their mind. They just don't get much value out of the Thrash. It's not like they've locked anyone up. The one-way comes out from the Cyber Cage. Sure, you have 50 seconds on the clock, but you have no information on other parts of the map.
Absolutely, and I like the positioning there for Durion here. He was already on top of APC just so that he can maybe shoot somebody that was following up of the Thrash. But that molly that we saw from Execute was good enough that or sorry, not Execute, but Scary was good enough that it forced away the ultimate from Saya player.
Oh, and here's the Annihilation just to draw out more time. Yeah, a little bit of a miss. That one's, it's so tricky. I love it, but it is very tricky. But at the end of the day, it gets the job done. Just trying to delay, and Darion's able to re-clear it afterwards. A nice 1-2 punch against 2 T1 members. Izu gets through, and Stax immediately swings off of it. Good timing, but the spike gets stranded and short. Stax, he's just going to have to run in and win the duels. So he isn't going to have time to be able to plan it safely. Will they give him an opportunity? They will, and Scary will actually win out in that fight.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he did not know that Scare was already somewhere advanced of triple. So Stax was just kind of hoping that maybe he can find some safe place to plant the spike. I think maybe even wanted to plant on triple itself so he could just, you know, have the cover of that triple box. In any case, solid rounds altogether for T1. Sure, or excuse me, from Bleed. Sure, there were some shots that made T1 kind of get the mid-round, but then they were losing a lot of time and they had to drop the spike somewhere. These aren't really falling correctly into the place of what they wanted to, but Bleed, absolutely.
And now we'll see how many rounds is Bleed able to get to try to just keep the lead here in the second half. Will they keep it all the way? Obviously, we just recently saw the 9-3 curse resurface here in Pacific. Let's see if Bleed's able to escape its grasp. See what they've cooked up on the pistol, because outside of that, I mean, if you have some good lineups ready with this composition, with the Denlock and the Cypher, you can really actually up the tempo on the attack. Just rely on the Cypher util to watch the flanks. And then you still have a ton of Denlock util to cover the post plant as well. Maybe you still even have 1 or 2 Cyber cages. It gets absolutely nasty.
Yeah.
So we'll see if T1's ready for those lineup positions. Obviously, Garden, a prime suspect for it. You know, the entrance of Showers, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already thinking about like a Gravnet plus nade combination here between Durion and Crazy Guy, right? That's the straightforward combination you kind of think about, which could be very strong because we've seen some form of iteration of that with like a Snake Bite and Raise Nade. So we'll have to see how that kind of goes. For the most part right now, Bleed looks like they're about to go for an aggressive B take here, but if you can't see where the spike is, it can always transition into a TP outside of Showers just in case.
Yeah, and because you have that double Sentinel, the Cypher more free than ever to just lurk outside of Showers almost every single round and be a menace. Defender is going to use one of their smokes to try to make sure that they maintain control of B long for the time being, and Bleed happily just going to wait this one out, right? It's a limited number of smokes, and it's going to be the lineup.
Ooh, the Octa.
Yeah, we're the Gravnet just to clear things out all the way around Garden, forces him out. So if he was stuck on one side or the other, he either gets slowed down and crouched, or he gets hit by the nade. Saya will find some nice shots, though.
Yeah. I believe there is a heal from Zest here, so they can re-encapsulate a little bit, but this is a challenge. Stax and Execute will be able to hold it off for a little bit as they wait for Stax to help it out as well. That is going to be the stop of the push, and so much committed smokes right now, so maybe the call right here for Bleed is to start rotating around, but the big problem is if they do go for that TP, you can't see the Carpe's already creeped up on A short.
Yeah, the TP is going to be a full risk. They did have 50 seconds, so they could have slow walked it back through A short, but they're just going to say, hey, we've walled it off over in the back of sight, so we know that they can't fully be stacked up there. Just going to check the close angles, waiting for the trade. Scary not able to get it immediately. That will just be T1 looking to close out the round. Retla not finding the headshot. And Izu will get the last kill, putting T1 all the way up to 4.
Yeah, great response from T1 here. They knew exactly what was in the mind space of Bleed when they tried to go for that aggression towards B. Never really had the chance to rotate onto A, as you were mentioning there, especially with that quick contact that we saw. Sure, there was a lot of, again, committed smokes smokes, but it was smokes that definitely stopped Bleed in their tracks. They were not willing to go for that push until the smokes dissipated, which bought enough time from the looks of it for T1 to kind of just recuperate themselves and start, again, firing back on the back of B side.
Now we'll see Marshall coming out here for T1. Bleed just going to be sticking with 4 classics. They do have an upgraded Sheriff, so they have some form of investment.
Oh, good shots. Okay, Snakebite already burnt out here against Carpe, and no real big damage to the Bleed players. This is also smoke for smoke, so they are taking some crucial resources away from T1, slowly but surely. But of course, these pistols not really going to look too good against, you know, something like a Marshall, a Bulldog, basically all of the weapons that T1 has right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one. They'll go for a bit of an execute, the barrier mesh, just to try to block off any sort of backup, but it is still already 3 people, full control of Showers as well from T1, as they've already gotten 1 kill against Retla. And now it's going to be the fragment on top of the paint show. Spike does get planted, so Bleed, you know, they got what they came here for. We'll see if they get any cherries on top.
Yeah. Have any more smokes to maybe play around with? Looks like that's going to be a no. Scary does have a molly to use to delay. Durion's going to get overwhelmed. That's going to be the loss. GravNet, though, very good onto the contact. Scary's going to be able to feed off of that. Unfortunately, Stax is able to get that quick little refrag, and T1 is striking back.
Yeah, but that's 3 members down, weapons dropped, and no armor left. So a lot of repurchases for T1 if they want to have any semblance of firepower coming into this bonus round. So we'll see what they choose. Are they just going to try to stabilize on the econ? It's an iffy round differential, so they'll have to make a choice and just commit to it. But I love the double up from the paint shells and the fragment, just absolutely securing it. And now Bleed coming in with their own buys, seeing what they have cooked up. All right, just a nice little variety pack for T1. It's all over the place, but they'll get the job done. Bucky, always pretty good here on Bind.
Now, I'm kind of curious how this kind of pans out from Bleed. I'm assuming in the scrims it looked a lot, obviously it looks really good. I'm just kind of, you know, spitballing here, but how is this going to go in terms of the offense? Sure, they have some setups that can, you know, clear out some people at the back of the site, but then, yeah, in terms of speed and just straight up firepower, it's kind of evenly matched. So things like that with Stacks is going to be quite difficult for Bleed to overcome if they're not really aware of it.
Yeah, that was a bit of an aggressive play there from Bleed. I mean, not one that's necessary, but I think maybe also just trying it out since they do still have a bit of a 4-round lead here in the second half. Normally, if anyone's taking... Oh, okay, Izu just finds the knees and goes right for the wall bang. But normally, if anyone's going to be taking dry contact here from the Bleed side on the attack, it's going to be the Cypher on a timing, right? Going for that lurk, opening up the site a bit more, and then you start to inch forward. Now, earlier already on the pistol, we saw one of their lineups, and you know they're not looking to double up the GravNet with the paint shells, but a lot of times what you see with this composition is GravNet on one side, and then paint shells or other sort of, you know, molly, something else aggressive on the other to pinch onto the defender so they have no way out. So you absolutely secure information, get up to, right up to the entrance of the site, and then you go in. But this time, Bleed, like you said, just trying to up the tempo with contact, it doesn't pay off. Stax is ready for it.
Yeah, and that could be a very bad thing here for Bleed moving forward. Again, you were talking about it. There
10
is
seconds left.
that couple of rounds that is available for Bleed to kind of just feel it out, see what T1 is aware and going to be ready for. But of course, that is also going to affect their creds moving forward into this one. It's 3 rounds differential, not really the biggest when you're going up against like team like T1. So do they still have enough money to buy up?
Oh, it's going to be a bit of a mixed buy, just the rifle saved over. And outside of that, just looking for close contact. You see the shorties on Darion's raise as, you know, Stacks clean shots right on top of the tube on B site.
Let's go, bang.
Did he get his fist bump?
I don't know. It's always a mystery. I always wonder. You know, after those replays, it makes me a little nervous. But,
that's
yeah.
You need that synergy.
Going to be looking to try to target lamps here with some of their purchases. It is the Stinger upgraded up from the shorty here for Darion.
Yeah.
So a little bit more. There's the GravNet. Oh, he hears him taking it out as well. There's a Trailblazer to try to close in, but he waits out the snake bite. I love Darion just not pushing too far out. You don't know who's covering him. The berry mesh has him trapped. It can happen. Carpe gonna get out in time, though. They're still holding on to backside, but they've already rallied all the way through. Lamps, a lot of damage done to Carpe as well as a kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade for the time being.
Yeah, I think they realized as well, because of those shots at the back of the site, that someone was trapped because of the barrier mesh. Now it's going to be the retake here for T1. Everyone's starting to group up at the back of the site. Crazy Guy just getting all that crucial information. I think he did spot Excurate dropping down as well. If he waits a little bit more... No, okay, so he has the sensor holding lamps, so you don't see anybody here from T1 willing to kind of cross that. And the rest of Bleed actually going for the wraparound.
Yeah, I love this, actually. Just hoping that this is going to force T1 to leave the site a bit to try to regain information on B, which is exactly what's happening. T1's not going to commit to the rotate, but they are spread out. And now Bleed, Scary, a nice jiggle out. It's a 3-man push in from Shower Stacks. Realizes it's too many targets, and there's the push in from Crazy Guy. Close range with the Stinger. What a call from Bleed Esports. They get the spike planted. Still not clear just yet. 3v2.
We saw him in the timing as Excurate whips out the molly, only down to side player into the corner, hit by the sensor, and there is no chance he's going to be able to win the 1v1 against Crazy Guy.
This was just such a good call from Crazy Guy, telling his teammates just to wrap around Showers. I can hold on to Lamps. He had that sonic sensor like you said, and he's able to use that to just hold on to that crucial piece of the site. Pinches through. I love the last fight as well. I mean, this one, unfortunate timing as well. But here, just utilizing, saying, well, if you do challenge me, you're going to get stunned, right? And then I just jiggle back with the Stinger run and gun. It's an easy fight.
Absolutely. That was such a call from Bleed here. Just realizing that they could just, again, approach the same site from a different angle and just kind of make T1 second guess themselves. This is the amount of control in bind that's very difficult to kind of have. But somehow Bleed are making it work. Maybe it's because, again, T1 doesn't really have that Sentinel kind of fall back on, get that crucial information like if he would have a Cypher. But Bleed recognizing that and making use of it is definitely helping them out a lot.
Yeah, I think also T1 does, understand that the strengths of Bleed's comp is going to be coming out in that post plan. So you don't want to give a site for free. So when it's 4, if it was 2 or 3 people, maybe you just keep the stack. But it's 4, so you think you're safe to fish for more information. Doesn't come through. Here's another grab net. It should be landing right around the truck. It's going to be right behind it. No reactions there, but the barrier mesh just to keep him locked up even further. The cyber cam for extra information that allows him to get lamps for free. But most crucially, no control of Showers. So T1, still a decent post-plant position if they can break through this barrier mesh in time.
Yeah, this is awkward too for Bleed, because if they want to push at the back of the site, that barrier mesh is stopping them from, well, coming out of market here. So they have to wait for someone from T1 to actually peek out, and those in the front of the site are actually in trouble right now because, look at this.
They're trying to draw out all the utility, but here's the thing. T1 has no reason to leave because Excurate's already pushed out of B as well. So T1, even without a Sentinel, now they have full information that it's going to be an A hit, that Bleed has to commit. The Thrash comes in as well just to try to stop it. There's a blast back to push him off. He still has to stick it, but his teammates are all falling around him. He's not going to get it, and Izu finds the kill onto the spike planter. And T1 will clean house. Darion, the only one left. Does he get out alive? No, he will not. Excurate finds him on the flank.
That is incredible from T1, slowly cascading your util to stop the planner at any cost here. Nice little use on the nade. Crazy Guy thought he could deal with the devil inside of Showers, but the thing is with this one is even if Izu got traded off, he still had a teammate that was right beside him to go for that refrag just in case. Very troubling for Bleed. You do see that the timeout has been called as well, as they don't really want to give that extra momentum here against T1.
Okay, so I'm only really looking at 2 different options. Either Bleed don't have lineups prepared for Showers, or this is where they start to pull it out, right? The coach, Coach Leguia reminds them of a couple of set plays they have for Showers, and this is how they take control of it, because they've never actually fully had control of Showers before the execute, right at the start of the round. It's only after the first point of contact during that one rotate that we saw in the previous round. And I would assume T1 should be able to suss this out. Again, that's the only part that really hasn't been targeted in the first 30 seconds of a round here in the second half. See if T1 tries to go meet him with firepower over by Showers. Just keep tabs on the ults as well. So Annihilation there, but Orbital Strike 1 away. Can't use it from long range. You'll have to go up to the orb.
Fair enough. It also looks like Bleed kind of overpopulated lamps. I think there was like 3 people there at some point in that last round. So kind of spreading it out a little evenly is probably also what Ligia is kind of hoping for, aside from that important shower control. In any case, Bleed still looking to go pretty ham onto that A site. Do they have anything big to kind of utilize here? Well, they do, especially with Crazy Guy having his Annihilation up and running.
Yeah, so again, it's just going to be a target onto the backside for the time being. Annihilation just to try to buy space, but there's the orbital strike. It splits him up. A TP spent as well, but Darion's already way deeper than T1 expected. Stacks finally stabilizes. Red Light needs to win that fight, and he does right on a dime. Turns and gets Izu, gets control of Showers. That is post-plant control for Bleed.
Oh no.
As Scary cleans up one part of the backup as well. Only 2 members now left alive for T1.
Yeah, this is falling apart for T1. They can actually go for the play right now, even though it's a 4 versus 2. They have the money to buy up into that next round. Wall, not perfectly placed, so they can have some access for X-Grid to start going in onto Lamps. Saya player, good catch at Zest. Retla does find Saya player though. X-Grid slowly creeping in, but that is such a difficult setup to deal with. You just boost a little bit, and that sensor activates to slow you down.
Yeah, I mean, even if you know that sensor's there, you shoot it, then you get traded. You fight, you get stunned. I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
It's horrible.
Yeah, this is a great execute.
Can't use that.
Now, still no lineup on Showers, but they do kind of make a timing window for Retla to dig deep. Izu looked like he would have had an angle, but Retla was just too quick on the reaction. Crazy Guy once again getting that kill in Lamps, and it's an immediate timeout response. And you can see Coach Ligia looking pretty content with how that previous round went.
Yeah, just takes a sip of that H2O, you know? He's like, oh, this is ours.
H2O is the best.
That's very true.
The most refreshing.
The most clear cut.
I say as I chug my Red Bull.
Don't worry. I'm not beside you with that right now. On the next map. I don't have it in hand for some reason. We'll ask production to help us out for that later. No, I'm kidding. But anyways, T1 definitely in trouble at this point. The ability of Bleed to make for these kind of, but like this mid-round calls and timings is really, really good. You talk about when that first timeout came out of Bleed, that they have to go and address somehow that control on Showers, which is exactly what they did, but also the timing at which they did it. T1 was just kind of out of place to react to the A short push as well as that shower push.
I would love to see Bleed go for a GravNet orbital strike onto Showers. This would be the round to do it, because the previous round you pretended that you still didn't have a lineup for Showers. You just went for site control. But it does look like it's just going to be the same GravNet setup. I mean, maybe it's just going to be on site. Izu, he is going to step forward on the truck, but he's caught behind. He's now stuck, and he's now crouched down. He's pinned. The Flash just buying him enough time. The orbital strike is trying to clear too much space to Bleed. They might have gotten too greedy here with the util.
That's true. He was blinded very much. So Durant could not get any form of value with his ultimate whatsoever, and Carpe wins the shower duel as well. Stacks holding the back of the site, and the call for Bleed is to just rummage out of A and start going in for B. X-Grid, though, waiting underneath. The drop down, the kill, the double, could be the triple, and X-Grid is holding on. Side player does help him out, but that is a solid round for T1 nonetheless.
Yeah, nice Pulsar Flawless here for T1. And, I mean, Bleed, they tried to clear it just a bit too much. Right, once you saw that GravNet land, I think obviously partly because of the flash, Darion gets slowed down.
Yeah.
But if you had just focused on clearing one part, but they go for the GravNet or the barrier mesh there. Meanwhile, Izu just going to escape, actually using the showstopper to boost himself away from any further damage and just to slow the approach.
Yeah. That GravNet also stopped him from jumping up with the satchel too. So that's a big thing. So he couldn't get any other value other than just bumping himself out of harm's way.
Here we go. Now we see the GravNet, but no other further util. It's just going to be in paint shells and the blast back in, and they chase him. The timing is so good, and this is what you have to watch out for. It's a lot tougher than other util lineups because you have to strike right as the GravNet lands, whether it's util, whether it's a peak, and it was perfect. Whoa, Bleed. Security gets a nice shot as well.
Sure, but they can't really push through this because of the wall just blocking their faces as they peek out, but Bleed, they might be going a little bit too deep into things, and they are getting punished ever so slightly. Now it's a numbers advantage for T1. Time is still in their favor. Scary holding on as he starts to reposition alongside Retla here. The rest of T1 now exiting outside of the back of the site. It's going to be quite difficult. Scary just cannot find that first pick, and Retla cannot get back into to cover. He will get shut down by X-Grid, and T1 pick up another.
Yeah, Retla would have loved to have just an extra second to reposition, play a bit of a further mind game. But like you said, the execute was good, but Bleed perhaps getting a bit antsy, a bit greedy rather, again with the kills. Not sitting back, but trying to utilize their utility to go in for the trades a bit too much.
Yeah. I really like this play though. This was what you were, you've been kind of championing from that Deadlock comp is they've conditioned T1 to think that there might not be any setup whatsoever elsewhere on the map. It's always that grab net at the back of the site. It worked, but now they're going to be aware of it and probably play to kind of just counteract or not touch it at all. And you kind of see that with how T1 are placing themselves only at A short.
And Izu,
oh, no.
Did he hear the jump? I think he might have.
Oh no.
He's scouting for it. The crazy guy not aware at all. No one able to watch for him on the push out of short. So while Bleed got showers this time, they've lost complete control of the other lane coming into A site.
Seekers will be used. That will give information that short is exposed still. Durian just jumping up on top of bench, gets the catch onto X-Grid. So it's an even 4 versus 4 as the round continues.
Darion's very deep, so Carpe doesn't want to risk it, wants to just wait until the backup arrives. Thrash comes out, pushes Darion all the way away. There's a Tain onto the Spike. He gets taken down. Zest down, Spike stranded, Mosh being thrown. Retla gets spammed, and Bleed once again stuck here on the site. There's no exit. Darion down, Scary, the last one alive, full health and armor, but just a Molly and his Vandal to trust.
Yeah, he's already committed all of his smokes as well. This is the last one right in front of him. Gets spotted by the jump spot, and stun from the wingman will seal his fate. And we are double digits between the two. 11 for Bleed, and of course the 10 for T1.
See if Bleed, they're gonna be able to get enough of a read. The econ's not great. Can they pull another rabbit out of the hat, as they have been stumped for the past couple rounds after T1's timeout? Nice shots from Carpe. I mean, just aware that they still have someone stuck there. No smokes obscuring their vision. And now Bleed, they will turn their eyes back to the B site, but just given the timing, T1's ahead of it. You have to imagine, right? You've shut them down on showers twice now. You imagine that Bleed will try a different part of the map.
Oh, sound bait. Okay. Ah, there it is. Beautifully executed by T1. The grab net does hit, but they don't have the space to really get any kills whatsoever. And Izu still holding the angle with the operator.
I mean, if they had other weaponry, they would feel a little bit better about Crazy Guy trying to take more space on the other side. But right now, none of it feels great for Bleed.
Yeah.
See what he can do. It's just a stinger, so the long range not going to be advantageous at all.
They have lost Durian too, so their way to jump into the site is gone. So it's all about that slow creep up. Thankfully enough, Scary still has 2 smokes left in him in his util. He's gonna use it right now. They are gonna try to go for the cross. Carpe does get that contact first, but they are able to stop them dead in their tracks. Somehow Zest gets the kill at the back of the site. The double up for Bleed here is allowing them to get these crucial refrags, but of course the pocketed positions of T1 will yet to be exposed by them.
Oh, and Retla gets stuck on the orbital strike. That's a heads-up play from Excurit. Sure, the trade happens from Crazy Guy.
Can he run to the other site?
He spots both, he might. Woo. He should have time, but he's been dizzied, so he has no idea where to turn to. And Saya will not miss that opportunity. T1 tie it up, 11-11.
What is that? About, 4 rounds straight here for T1. It looked like they were slowly being inched to the ground, but they pull themselves back up. I love these kind of setups for T1. They don't, again, they don't have that sentinel, but it doesn't matter. They know exactly how the round is gonna go out because of the setups that they make, and it's kind of Bleed playing into those setups. So really good job for T1 right now to get all of these rounds back in their favor.
Back in their hands. Away from the showstopper and the annihilation here for Bleed Esports, but they'll have to get up to the orb first. Pit closes down A short. They're going to need a bit of extra trickery, which they do have, again, with the grab net, with paint shells, things like that.
Yeah.
That Pit not going all the way out forward, so not the best situation here for T1.
Question now is it getting quote-unquote old in the sense that T1 are starting to adjust to it, as they haven't really gotten any kind of grab net pick for the most part. You can't see how T1 are playing just ever so slightly back with every position to get a crossfire or a refrag.
Oh, and you see Zest just waiting for the Dizzy. See if there's a scout out, but if there isn't, they want to push forward, but it's going to be the 0 point that's there to greet him. As soon as he hears a piece of util, it's going to be shutting them down. He's going to get the tag on everybody. Fragment out as well, perfectly placed at the entrance. I mean, there's no hiding this, but Zest will get the kill, which might be the opening they looked for in Mosh Pit. Now Molly as well, followed up, completely slows him down. It's just going to be a blind teleport. And now having to take contact one by one. Single snake bite still available for Carpe. Slows him down. The operator's here.
Oh, what a
and
trap.
the spike drop. Trapped again. Annihilation pushes him back, but they can't get into the site.
Yeah, lovely use on that blast pack. And Scary just cannot find any form of recourse here. Redla attacking under the site, but it's a game of peekaboo that he is just at a disadvantage in. 8 seconds, and Crazy Guy's just going to have to tuck tail and run. No chance, save the weapon. But now it's T1 striking back.
Oh man, who would have imagined T1 getting to map point first? Oh no, even that one Vandal gets taken away. And we might be seeing the 9-3 curse continue. It's been a while since I felt like there was even any reality to that, but I mean, if we have it a couple days in a row, maybe there is.
What a great counterplay. There it is, last time out from Bleed as well. And how do they even deal with how good, I think for the description of this is how T1 have been dictating the pace of these rounds, right? They are reading the rotations. It's not like they're reading it. They're forcing the rotations out of Bleed, and Bleed just cannot really find any chance to re-encapsulate the situation. They go to the other side, and then there's still like a molly in front of their faces, and then Izu's there with the operator. How do they kind of deal with that situation moving into this next round to maybe push them into overtime?
We'll see what Bleed has cooked up. The biggest problem right now is that they just haven't been able to answer that operator. That means that Retla can't solo lurk too easily in case that he runs into the operator, which will have the advantage in that fight. So they have to scout that out. And the other thing they should have noticed in that previous round, I think it was the clearest on that 23rd round, was that T1 is now just waiting. They'll say, okay, you can creep up, but you will have to go for a site execute because you don't have your flashes. You only got the one guiding light over on Sky. So we'll wait for it, then we'll 0 point, then we'll molly, right? We have so many ways to stall and make sure that Darion is the only one that gets into the site, and then we destroy your entire entry. So Bleed, what's the response for now? No lurk. It's going to be all half armors. You do have the showstopper, and you only need a couple more points up to that orbital strike as well.
You have to be close to each other here to get any form of quick little refrags, but...
Gonna try to pinch onto the op.
Oh, Darion's bringing in the payload. Gets the catch on the side player here, though. Do they know? Ooh, that Molly's gonna stop them, though.
But again, yeah, it's Molly, it's the Mosh, it's the Snake Bite, it's the Fragment. There are just so much AoE on the side of T1 that Bleed not able to break through it quickly. Grabnet already gone, Showstopper gone as well, only at the cost of a singular Molly out from Brimstone. Of course, in a couple smokes, but so much delay still left alive for T1.
And Null Command's still available as well, so if they commit their utils, it has to be at the start of this push and not cascading it. Stax is about to get that information. Oh no, what a shot from side player. There's a Null Command already. The wall comes out, but look at that flash coming in from the Dizzy. This is just allowing T1 to clear up every single player of Bleed. Molly again. And this is horrible for Bleed. They can't push into the site anymore.
I mean, this is like the most ideal round that T1 would have wanted with their composition, right? You get the double flash, you get the delays with the AoE, and Scary can't land the first shot. It's Crazy Guy going down to the wall bang, and T1 stabilize in time for a great comeback on Bleed's pick of Bind.
It was a great start for Bleed. They had everything working for them. We were excited about the deadlock. It looked like it was going to good transitioning into that second half, but then T1 just started dictating the pace. Izu with the threat of the operator, the cascades of the mollies and everything just allowed them to take all of these follow-up rounds in that second half.
Well, that's going to be it from us. We'll go to the desk to break it down before map 2.
T1 takes Bleed's map pick off of them, pulling them to their grave. It's a deadlock voice line, in case you guys didn't know.
I wouldn't know. I've never played her.
Really? Yeah. Do you guys play VALORANT?
I was starting to
play VALORANT. Don't play Deadlock.
I was starting to assume it was something to do with Deadlock because of the Grabnet and the pulling.
Well, it's her voice line for the.
When she
anyway,
annihilates,
I've been ulted by her a lot. I don't play Deadlock, but I've been ulted by her, and those words ring in my ears. We don't see Deadlock a lot here in Pacific.
3 times.
Yeah, 3 times this whole year. And it looked like it was going to be very effective this time around on Bind for Bleed, and then T1 figured it out.
I mean, the thing is, like, the composition for Bleed, it works a lot better on the defense. We were seeing, you know, some of those site setups that they had with the Cypher and the Deadlock coupled together. It's like, okay, well, you can't make any noise, you're going to get slowed. You're going to also fly into a trap wire, which is also going to make you make noise, which is then going to make you get slowed. It really gums up the works, especially over on that A site. And that's where Bleed was able to find a decent amount of value, but similarly, Bind just also kind of lends itself to be innately a defender-sided map. And T1, as soon as they swap sides, they just start running away with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really cool on the defender side to see the double sentinel. It's really fun to watch the setups, like the way they set up some of those traps right outside of Hookah that caught T1 off guard a few rounds, things like that. Super interesting the way they play off some of that util towards long B, things like that. But then on the attacker side, I saw some decent ideas from Bleed. There was one I really liked where it was like, grab net into the front of U-Haul, immediately Darion blast packs into U-Haul, forces Carpe out, and then as Carpe's leaving U-Haul, they throw the barrier mesh right behind the truck, and it catches Carpe and gets him stuck there. Now, Carpe, you know, kind of got bailed out a little bit by his teammates in that position, but that's a cool thing to, like, completely trap a player where they're just stuck, and maybe if you have another follow-up with, like, a pain shell or something, that player's just dead. So there's, like, layers to the utility there. There's some good ideas for Bleed. It just sometimes on the attacker side, they, like, couldn't control enough space early. Like, it's really hard to maintain full control over one side of the map or the other because you're relying on that Sentinel util to just, like, cut off half the map. Like, you're taking the Cypher util and looking for lurks, and you're using all the rest of your util to make your execute. So it's hard to have depth on that attacker side.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I like what you're saying. It's true. They had some really good ideas and layers to what they were doing with Deadlock. Of course, it wasn't quite enough. Stax, though. Stax had quite a game, didn't he, in the comeback, especially in the second half?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was, you know, he and Carpe executed as well with that hold over on the B side when we saw the rotations coming through from Bleed, being just positioned right below window. I was screaming in the green room, like, send your molly, you know, cut him off, but he was just able to go ahead and mow him down. And it did kind of feel like, A, Bleed's comp on the attack a little bit weaker, but B, it felt like T1 was just kind of getting warmed up and very much heated up by that second half as far as just their rifling and their aiming was concerned.
Yeah, I agree. I think in particular, Carpe came out pretty hot, and then Stax just started picking up these multi-kill rounds where he'd get 2-3 kills and really had a ton of impact on that KO. Did a really good job just kind of being in the right place at the right time, as you would expect with Stax. That's something that he's widely known for, is his great util usage. Everybody talks about him as the best breach, but he's a very, very good KO player as well. But yeah, there's just good rifling all around here for T1 in a lot of situations. I think there were a few rounds that had me scratching my head a little bit. They showed it in the replay here, the one with both orbital strikes being used when T1 was on the attack. I was a little bit frustrated with Xcurate pulling that orbital strike way too soon. Like, and you have to think that your opponent still has theirs and they can cut you off. So other than that, yeah, you know, T1 played pretty well.
Yeah, 9-3 strikes again.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
But
that's
I thought you don't believe in curses, Achilleos.
I don't. I don't at all. But
well, it's not a curse. It's just, I guess it's just a stat. Fun little lore, since we have Deadlock here, and a Gecko with Saya player. Apparently, Deadlock doesn't like Gecko's little homies because she's traumatized.
They got beef.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was the good old sunset unveiling cinematic. Wasn't sure if she could trust him.
Yeah, and she doesn't like animals because there's a bear, they're called raidivores, ripped off her arm, so she's looking at Gecko's little Dizzy and Mosh Pit and it's like, I don't really trust those guys. But we're going to go to Lotus. I don't know if we're going to see those agents again. That might have been the only time we saw.
When do we buff Wingman so they can rip off other people's arms?
That'd be sick. He just jumps up and attacks you like flying cockroaches.
Yeah, you can't use the operator anymore because you need 2 hands to hold it.
That'd be so good. What if he like jumps on your gun and like blocks your vision?
Yeah. It just starts going.
It's just an extra dizzy, basically.
It's like a gremlin from the movie Gremlins, like just messing with you.
But
yes, of course. A gremlin from the movie Gremlins as opposed to a gremlin from somewhere else.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
But it'd be crazy if Harbor got him wet. like gremlins, then he starts just like replicating.
Oh, now
then
we're
they're
going,
like
full, like,
hundreds
Mogwai,
of.
They multiply. And,
Yeah.
I see.
That's a
Yes.
thing. This is gonna be in Valorant 2. You guys watch out for that edition. But
I can't wait for Valorant 2. What's the PvE campaign gonna be like?
well,
Shots
you
fired.
heard it here first in Pacific. We are gonna go to Lotus or a second map. I don't know. Do you think we're gonna see these agents? I don't think so, but it'd be great.
Maybe Deadlock again.
You could.
Deadlock could work.
DFM tried it.
Yeah.
Didn't go great, but they tried it.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. It's so defender-sided with Deadlock.
Yeah.
It's,
Ultimately, at this point, sure.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, again,
Show something.
You're playing. You want to be able to go out on a win, but ultimately, if you lose here, it doesn't mean anything. So, if you have that strategy up your sleeve and you want to try it out on stage, as Paper Thin was talking about in the pre-show, this is where you're going to get the best practice that you could get. So, if you're gonna go for it, this is the time to do it.
Well, you know what you guys can go for? A rank up or a rank down for Guess and Gain. The question is for Lotus, and it's going to be which site Guess hero ranks, Bronze, and an Immortal. He's so good. He hated this game suddenly. He's like, I like this game.
Well, then I started winning it.
Yeah, it's way
It's
more
much
fun to win.
better when you win.
Yeah, things are great after you win. Which site's going to have the most spikes planted on map 2? We've had this question in the past. It was actually, I think a lot of us picked C because, I don't know, it just seemed like it is a logical decision. We see a lot of C site plants, but that particular map we ended up with an A. So this time I see viewers have gone with A. It's like almost like you guys must have remembered.
is
from
it a
last time.
2x for tie?
It is.
Yeah,
It's a 2x for a tie.
Yeah.
So this is also a collective between both teams on their attacking sides. I would imagine because it doesn't
it's
express
total. Yeah.
So that makes this more challenging.
It does. That's part of the guessing game. It's meant to be impossible to accurately predict. You know, there's.
Are we writing it down?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. I know what I'm gonna. Oops, sorry. I know what I'm gonna pick.
Yeah, I've already picked. What are you guys thinking? Talk me through it. Talk me through your thought process here.
Still deliberating a little bit here because it's tougher. It's significantly tougher to call because we haven't seen the compositions. We don't know if there's going to be any big overarching changes coming through for either side, and depending on what changes there may be, that could reroute some teams to a different side of the map because they say, okay, you know, well, if you're running the chamber, a lot of times it's going to be situated outside of A. Maybe they want to pivot to B a little bit more. Maybe they want to go to C, challenge over against, you know, whatever the hell else they might have. And similarly, if there's a deadlock in play, you know, a lot of times you're going to be locking down those B connector positions. I don't really know. I'm going to send up.
I just changed my answer.
He is like trying to justify
Yes.
something, and I don't know what it is.
It's a C.
You just rambled for like a C.
did.
Okay.
I'm just talking about how painful this is right now.
It is tough to choose.
I just switched it to C.
I'm
like
gonna go
last
tie
second.
only because generally it actually is pretty close between C and A. On
Yes,
the map.
it is.
Yeah.
And
it
also
is.
you could rank up to gold.
That's actually the biggest reason.
I switched it because I see Wingman's at Iron and I'm at Bronze. So if they're right and I'm wrong, or one way or the other, we get to be reunited. So that's why I want to be a reunited Wingman again. We were just talking about him and how he can multiply. Ooh, we got a new comp for Bleed.
Them's some changes. As it's another team moving back over to the Sova on Lotus. I mean, it's something that has fallen out of favor for most teams, but we have seen a pickup from it recently. I mean, Talon have been running it. So this is a big pivot.
It's the Talon comp, isn't it? Isn't it exactly the same?
I think it might be, yeah. I believe so.
They're really close. Still, I like it. I mean, I'm curious to see what Darion can do on that Neon. I mean, if he can start popping off with that, we could get some more highlight reel clips. I'm totally fine with that.
I love highlight reels.
Me too.
We all do, you know?
Yeah,
Just
we like
a
like it when players do cool stuff.
Yes.
Like who would have thought?
I think big thing for me on this one is Zest going over to that breach. He's going up against his former teammate in Stacks, the guy who was supporting him with that pick. How practiced does he look with this?
All right. Well, we are going to go into map 2 between T1 versus Bleed. Let's go over to our casters, Asarai, the Prophet, and Chober, just the guy who ranks really low in guessing game.
What? I am the second highest ranking guest in game right now. That's ridiculous. What in the world is this?
The shots.
Stray shots fired that aren't even accurate. Just like your own ranked games, Victoria.
Oh!
Okay, anyway, now
Spicy.
getting back into the actual game.
We were just being silent here, listening to the panel, and we got some...
yeah, what in the world? I was just enjoying some Valorant. But anyway, Darion's first official match on Neon, I believe. So we'll see how well prepped he is, especially with the recent changes. A lot of people have been looking good on it. And it's going to be the first jump just forward. Not taking any hits. Retla taking some forward right from behind. Ooh, close fast lane. That's going to push Stacks back. They're not going to be able to get the pinch from the door either. So sight will be opened up.
Yeah, side player not able to hit the shot. Unfortunately there, no contact really gives Stacks any kind of kills here. Also wanted just to point out the fact that the last time that we saw Bleed on this map, it was Zest that was playing on the Viper, right?
Yes.
So he's back on his more knowledgeable role, which is the Initiator, which is always going to be great. Now the retake comes in. Fault line doesn't really stop anything, and Izu could not get the pick onto Durian here. Claps back, but down to 10. Can't really push too much. It is just going to be seeing how far T1 can press back into the site. Back to the site is going to get Scary caught out, and Crazy Guy's just by himself. Does have a recon dart to maybe stop the plan from happening, but there's still two players right in front of him. Saya player will get the catch, and that is T1. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just going to go for that defuse. Already got the
Saya,
half.
yeah.
So Saya will just be going towards that ultimate there. Turn to force. And now Bleed. I mean, the reload timing's a little bit unfortunate. They each had to reload one at a time, and then the spacing from T1 is just perfect on the swing out.
Yeah.
One spike already planted on the C site. I'm sure some people will be keeping tabs on that for the guess and gain. But yeah, this is, I mean, it's just a very, very traditional retake on C, especially with the pistols, right? Not too much util after the first bout.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not really planted for you with the Ghost to be able to try to spam through. Oh, okay,
They're
wow.
so happy already.
Great vibes.
Yeah.
Carpe almost like losing his breath over laughing there.
And you know it's an insane laugh if it's the inhale laugh, not the exhale.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I'm not doing it. But
the laugh tech.
Yeah, the micros on the laugh. Anyways, that is going to be T1 making use of their util. You do see some push out of Mound just to get that that orb charge for Stacks. While the Saya player is holding here with an outlaw in hand. Ooh, they got to be careful.
Yeah, at least they spot it. Now, Darion has one of his own with full armor, so he is 100% trying to target T1. 4 people with half armor. So Darion just looking to take these weapons out of their hands.
Yeah.
I mean, if this works, what a play, what a call it will be for Bleed for this investment. It's a pretty hefty one here on the Eco. Everyone else, of course, on Classics and one Sheriff.
Yeah, so they invested the money of Crazy Guy for this. If it doesn't do anything, that means that Crazy Guy coming into the next round would just be util and maybe a Sheriff, I'm assuming. Saya player, though, on the first contact. Does get the first shot in and just falls back, wall bang. You'd love to see it, but that's going to hurt for Durian.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He was meant to survive the first shot, but Scary will answer back. So they get one, and now T1's wary of this weapon. So they'll try to make sure that they don't give any free shots. Izu just going to back out of it. Again, most of them on that half armor. In fact, none of them have full armor anymore, but Stacks gets some damage down. He's just jiggling, buying time. Retla, good for another kill. Scary, he's looking for it. The spacing's great between the 2 remaining members of Bleed. Spike plan, yeah, no time though. But they're just looking to take away all the weapons. Retla, no, he's going to be maybe happy just taking the spike plant money, and Scary trying to bait him in, and they don't. Oh, the plant does go through. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I believe so. I saw it pop up on the UI. And so,
their money is reflecting that. So
yeah, they did get it, but they also go down. So, you know, I think each team eventually getting what they wanted at the very end. But T1, of course, taking a big hit. You dropped 3 weapons. Then on top of that, you gave away the spike plant.
Yeah, and I love how Bleed was able to kind of reach that point where it's just them kind of ping-ponging between Baby Door to maybe go to B, and then they went back to A, just checking if someone from T1 wants to just keep track, and they got caught, which is perfect, so that allowed the frags to come in swiftly from for Bleed.
Izu quick to whip out the Sheriff once again. The Pain Shells gets a kill as well, and it's just a giant mess here in Rubble as Bleed trying to force the fight. Not finding the result they wanted, and during all this T1, Saya player has pushed out of C Mound entirely outside of Mound So the map now cut in half. T1 knows 100% that Bleed are still stuck here on the A side. Stack's not finding the kill.
He just loves to go for that one. It does at least garner the attention of Bleed here, so you can see that Izu might have found access to the back of the site if this shot there comes in. Oh my god, what a flick from Izu. Okay, 2 versus 2. Still very expensive for Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, already quite a real loss here for Bleed, and now it's getting just beyond that. It's already a bit of a loss here for Bleed. Scary has to clutch up for the silver lining. Carpe trying to get information. They've already snuck Saya player all the way through a tree. Scary, he's wary of it because of the door. Sounds on both sides, but Carpe has crossed. Scary tracks the footsteps, waiting for the peaks. He's calling their bluff, trying to find it. He finds the first kill. Saya's weak as well. And the swing out, Scary's ready for it. The triple for the clutch.
That was so smart. He just found an angle where T1 would not be comfortable actually having that defuse. Forces, as you were mentioning, or rather just waits for the repick from the two of them and somehow still manages to isolate that 1 versus 1 fight. Side player just did not have any vision whatsoever. It was very close, but look at this. The isolation and then the confidence from Scary to know that Saya player is just going to feint the tap on the spike and actually swing up for the challenge.
Well, again, saving graces from Scary. A miraculous clutch there just to put the round on the board, but they will have to invest everything else they had, and Saya takes a bit of a hit. Just trying to get that first contact. He'll answer, of course, in return, and that left Darion so weak, he goes down to the initial burst of the paint shells.
Yeah, very painful. Can't really do too much about that, but now this just means that there's no more spear tip for Bleed. Try to come into the site, and, well, I take it back. Things like that by getting catch on Saya player could actually let them get that A access, but Izu and Stacks are still here. That being said, Izu does have his wits about him. I was his showstopper, but you know what? If he can wallbang like that, he doesn't need to use it.
Yeah, just here's the drone and accurately pinpoint wallbang onto him.
Fake.
Yeah, from the shadows, just faked out. And Excurit now still fishing for information. This one way is going to make this rotate a lot slower from Bleed. The fault line should give a bit of a heads up for T1, but they're still not going to bite onto it just yet. They don't have complete information. T1, they will happily wait as they still have that showstopper for a retake.
Yeah, that paranoia is going to make it substantially difficult to push it into the C side if they wanted to do so. Open the door, but I mean, there's a okay, no, side player's down, so they can at least try to do something. But that snakebite's gonna delay. 19 seconds, they slowly creep in. Paranoia though, but look at the contact coming in for both Carpe and teammate. Spike's already been dropped down. Scary sure is gonna be able to fight back a little bit, but then come to the side is going to be Excurit throwing out his own Paranoia. No more time left, and that's gonna be Bleed conceding this one.
Yeah, Scary will just have to keep this weapon. He's waiting to see if Excurit swings on him. That will be the last moments of the round. Looking at the minimap, Excurit, he's going to run into his crosshairs. Okay, just tucks away a time as well, as the Econ not entirely healthy on the side of T1. But now, of course, the snowball begins.
Oh, this is so difficult for Bleed here. Somehow, some way, these initial contacts. And again, I think this is the same kind of style, aggression, and confidence that we saw from T1 when they first brought Saya player back on his chamber, right? It's him just, again, utilizing to the max that rendezvous, getting these quick contacts, and making their opponents second guess if they actually want to go for that challenge because they've already been softened up by the snipe.
Darion's still going for the challenges. He'll actually get both kills down to 1 HP. But mission successful. Opening up the side, he even gets a third. What a reaction off of the double swing. Sure, Carpe gets the posthumous death, or the kill rather, with the snake bite, but it's too late. Now the outlaw, everybody one shot from it. Could see Saya return to his old form. He's gonna check behind the box. He gets the first one. It's a headshot just to guarantee it. 2 remaining members. Not a full health on either one, not full armor on either one. Saya, hoping he has a chance, just going to try to spam through, see if he can get it. Switches out to the Headhunter, fishing for it, but they're above and beyond, as Bleed will be able to get a second round.
That was amazing from Bleed there. They caught T1 actually going for that double up setup. and was just able to dissect it very quickly. Sure, there was going to be that trade-off, but look at how quickly Durian was able to pop 2 of the shots, getting that C site, and then anybody else that was from Bleed, excuse me, T1 coming in from Waterfall, fell into his trap. They waited maybe a second for that Prowler to get contact with Durian. They could have actually gotten him without any collateral, but still, great job from Durian.
And now it's a full send. I think trying to potentially target that tour de force, but if it's not here, they will just gladly push all the way through. A nice attempt from Saya player, but that does leave Stacks open. It's going to be the weapon swap for Durian as well. He's not going to overheat. He's not going to push beyond. They still hold on to Mount as well, and it looks like Scary actually might be looking for an opportunity to lurk all the way around if it poses itself. As a lockdown will be buying a lot of time for Bleed here in the post plant.
That's true. They are spotting Retla somewhere bottom of the C site. He still have to just try to run away, or else that Nanoswarm is going to get some value, which it kind of does. 1 detained as well. Saya player just cannot find any success with his tour de force here. He's popped 2 shots through the smoke just to maybe fish a kill or whatnot, but it is not going to be possible. He does have a Phantom in hand, so he's not going to at least over-aggress, save the weapon with the rest of the team, but so far, Bleed are able to get the C site twice successfully.
Yeah, you can tell Xcurit already all the way on the other side of the map, calling for the save. They lost too much time. I mean, that lockdown was placed so late after the spike goes down that Bleed just had a massive advantage in that post plant, and now tied up 3-3. This Neon Breach, you know, whether it's just because it's turning up to be fairly strong in this meta, or is it specifically to counter the chamber, one way or the other, seems to be doing good work here for Bleed Esports.
Fair enough, right? You also have to give it to, well, I think it's also maybe some of the players in T1 just wanting to not lose that map control, but because they're willing to go for that fight and not win that duel. It's those kind of things that once it happens already, you're like, ah, yes. It was not a mistake, but it was a fight that definitely cost us this side. Oh! Especially that one.
Yeah, a rare miss from Saya, but the showstopper now ready. It's gonna go way above him. He just runs forward on the mound, uses the slope to his advantage. The next Xcurit now stuck here alongside Sax. They have to fight their way out of here. Sax good for 1 kill, trying to just fish for more. He knows that crazy guy is stuck right now, using that to his advantage in this 2v2. Wants to narrow it down, buys so much time for Carpe. He gets the kill, a 2v1, and now Carpe will choose to regroup. No reason to pinch. Go for the 2v1. Spike already confirmed to be here on Mound.
Yeah, Stacks here on Mound looking to be an absolute hero. Retla could still do some damage here, has the Nanoswarm. He knows that they've crossed on the other side of the Mound here. He could get a catch-off. Now breaks the haunt. Carpe has not shown his presence just yet. He's about to go for the swing. Spots out the head, taps it once. 1 versus 1. And
will get it! None other than Retla! Oh man, what an adjustment on that spray! I mean, the first shot was so clean too, but the second, just patient, calm, going for the best option. He had already swung out a bit wider. Didn't have an option to back down.
Oh my god.
Oh, what a clutch. And Zest just jumping down from the slope as well. Bleed pulling out their heroics, playing up to their potential. Yep, showing just so much signs of life here for the fans that have been waiting to see this version of Bleed all year.
You know, Bleed has a player called Crazy Guy, but Zest is a cool guy. Because cool guy, don't look at explosions.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go.
All right, positions himself perfectly for that one. Just didn't have the shades. Next time, I'd love to see the sunglasses. But the timeout called, I presume, after the initial bout on Mound and after they were stuck in that 2v2. Perhaps Coach Legia wanting to make sure that his players have extra options, even though they were able to clutch out that round.
Yeah.
And I think T1 probably not minding this pause in the timing either.
Yeah, absolutely, because they definitely need to stop this C push from happening, right? It feels like this is something that Bleed have been pressing for the past 2 to 3 rounds now, and it's been ever so successful for them. The one that maybe has gotten the best chance of defending it possibly could have been Xcurit, just because he's able to just reposition, have the paranoia, also have Carpe's smoke alongside him, but it looks like it's going to be Carpe to kind of hold things off. That being said, though, Player has now also acquired the operator in his hand and is looking to go for a challenge as he opens up the door to get a peek through on Mound.
Yeah, this is the round that T1 has to win, right? You got away with the Outlaw, the Rifles, the Tour de Force, but now you've invested every credit you have to getting that operator. If you lose here, I mean, we always criticize this as one of the weaknesses of a chamber composition on Lotus is if the operator is hitting, you can get real aggressive, you can get all the space you want, you still have a trademark to cover B site in one shape or another.
Yeah.
But if you can't hit the shots, then like we see right now, the Viper has to do everything in their power to be the anchor on the other side of the map.
Caution here.
And now so much time spent that T1, they're going to reset their defaults. They're just going to leave Saya to his own devices. He will just rendezvous out and empty the site if need be. Drone not gonna spot him.
He doesn't.
Hides all the way to the end. Crazy guy doesn't expect this at all. But Rolling Thunder, it's meant to be a hit onto the B side anyway. The toxic screen and the Nightfall will hold him off. So much decay. It's an easy kill for Excurrent. Darion's still through. He has to open things up for his teammates. He gets the double. He was ready for the triple. He will not be given the opportunity as Izu comes out, but he can't find the shots on the members that are trademarked.
That's the Darion special for you. Player now has to just see the remains of his teammates on that B site. If he tries to go to C here with the op, I don't know how he's going to be able to isolate a couple of kills here. Maybe a wallbang if he can.
Planted.
Darion, oh yeah, there was a smoke just, you know, kind of covering his angle there. So Saya, I don't know if he's feeling lucky here. He does have a headhunter to kind of follow up with shots, but yeah, he's just backing away.
Yeah, I mean, if he had gotten one kill, whether a spike was planted or not, then maybe he continues pushing through if he's feeling it. But otherwise, I mean, this is such a neck-and-neck game. You just finally invested heavily into that operator. You need to make sure it's saved over. And so, Bleed, they will get this round, but it's going to be the Neon going on the head. Credits are safe. Darion, 2 points away from his ultimate. You know that the operator is there. If they can take this down, it gets so much easier. But Saya, not one to miss that shot.
Yeah, and they're so far away that they can't really kind of go for the flank, go for the backstab if ever, especially with the spike already exploding. But overall, a pretty good round here from Bleed because of that impressive play from Darion. It actually looks like it was about to backfire on them, maybe even force them to go baby door back into the A site where Player still has great positioning with his op, but then Darion just does something like this.
Yeah, then they both just keep their positioning spaced as well after they've been marked by the trademark. So Bleed continuing the lead 5-3. Player still holding on to that operator, but there's not much else firepower here for T1. It's going to be the op over on the C side now with no pit. They need something to be able to hold on to that side of the map. The rest of them looking to control rubble with utility.
They're very considerate, I think, of where the op is going to show itself. I think they're just waiting for that piece of content or piece of information first before they really try to do anything. Now they are going to go for that special to start using Mount. I wonder if you have the distance with this drone to actually spot Player out.
They're just going to close in on it and spam it. Yeah, and now he's been marked. It's a great play from Bleed, not taking any chances. They've realized Izu is close. It's going to be Darion. He gets right by him with the Carpe with the cover. The flashes, it's too much. Darion was meant to open up the site. But now, that attack lost. Has to use the door at least just to relieve the pressure. Still 50 seconds, so Bleed have time. But they don't have the speed to break into a site anymore.
That's true. They also committed a bit of utility into that one as well. Flash has been expended, Paranoia as well from Scary, as well from Zest. So they're just going to have to re-hit this and hopefully have the weaponry to actually fire back. But look at this crossfire between Izu, Carpe, and even Player, who's going for that long angle right now. Saya's going to show himself first, but look at that clear on to Izu. Step in the right direction right now for them. Carpe's around the corner, backs away into the wall. 15 seconds. They are making this very workable, and it's going to be very close. What a shot from Player and Zest. He's actually down. The Paranoia hits.
Woo. Gets blinded, just doesn't know where to hide. He actually just finds the best position he possibly could have while blinded, but still not going to be enough of a distance. Some nice shots from Player, marking 3 kills on the round to save that from disaster. The recon wasn't cleared fast enough, and what is that from Carpe? Another nice shot just to hold on to the site.
Wow, he dodges the bullet too at 32 HP. That is phenomenal. from Saya player here, and they bring themselves a step closer. Bleed, though, they only lost Durian that last round to really reduce their capabilities, but now he's back. No? Okay. After shot or fault line use, just to slow them down a tinge. A little bit.
Just to make sure that they can have full mount control. Turret just to watch the back. They know that if there is going to be a lurk, it's going to be slow since it's a chamber, but what they don't realize, I think, is that there have been 1 or 2 rounds that T1 has completely pushed it around, like Saya's players looking to do right now, and that already gives T1 enough information. So Bleed may not have as much leisure as they might imagine, because Saya is not a opper who sits back. This guy will take fights, he'll take angles any day of the week.
Yeah.
And that's why T1 right now, no reason to move, pinch ready to block Bleed from entering the site on A.
100%. With that being said, though, it's not really going to stop Bleed from pushing into this A site at all, especially when they have so many stuns and everything. And speaking of which, look at that paranoia. The conversion for Durion's only going to be good for the 1. Stacks help him out, but this backside is going to be Bleed. Stacks, though, what heroics as he stops the push coming in from A main. This lowers the numbers of Bleed, but they are still holding on to the side. 2 versus 2. Stacks and Saya player. Operator in hand. He's waiting. Oh, is he going to get Scary here?
Saya's waiting for it. Scary's wary of it as well, but just an inch. And Saya finds it. Stacks takes down his old teammate. And that will be T1 looking to tie things up 5-5.
Wow. What a retake. What a hold for T1 here. Stacks able to stop, stem the quote-unquote bleeding here of their opponents into the site. Sure, there was a lot of pressure on Izu to really hold him off, and he did, and that gave, look at this, side player time. Bleed players were all looking at Izu, and somehow he manages to sneak one in. A very, very stellar play there from the newest member of T1.
Yo, Kevin, please.
Oh, earlier I heard him say, good job, Kevin. Now it's Kevin, please. I mean, I don't know, make up your mind, Stacks.
Give me the chance.
All in good fun, I'm sure. They were laughing their heads off earlier, so T1 is trying to keep up the vibes. And Darion going to go in with the overdrive, relay both just to clear out one side. He spots 2, but he's not able to finish up either. Izu holds the trigger, blocks the entire flood in. He holds on to the site alongside Carpe.
Okay, Scary, 1 versus 4. He has his ultimate. If he can, he's probably waiting for his smoke first, right?
No.
Maybe get the spike and then TP to C.
I mean, listen, it's 3 sites. You're right. He has his ult. I mean, deja vu. It's almost been a year. It's just in time. We'll see. Scary has plenty of time just to work each angle 1 by 1.
Yeah.
But like you said, the real question is, can you get the spike? I mean, Excurate, his eyes are trained on it.
There it is, second smoke. Available.
How does he do it? He's not going to see anyone over on Heaven.
30 seconds left.
He's just going to look for that one opportunity to try to get the spike. TP out.
Seconds.
Oh, he's going to push up off of the smoke. Just he wants to dwindle the numbers down as much as possible. He's going to be ready for it. No, it's too wide. Scary just holds it close, but they're already in the smoke. He's ready for it, but they swing out as soon as they hear the jumps. And T1 will safely defend the round.
Yeah.
Last round.
Stellar holds throughout by T1. Gotta love that presence to just, again, look at this. The fault line didn't even connect onto Izu, and he backs away to dodge the initial zaps from Durion, and he still somehow manages to play calmly in that stressful 3 versus 1 to, well, get the 3 kills.
Yeah,
incredible stuff.
Showstopper online and ready for Izu as well. 13, 9, and 3, top of the scoreboard here in the server. Looking to make it a 7-5 clear advantage for T1 in the half, otherwise gets tied up. I mean, Bleed could be smiling going into the later half.
Side player, same thing that he did on the last round, which is to just hold a farther angle in. But he is a little bit farther away from his TP. He does get spotted by this, but they're not willing to really fight him against a tour de force. It's going to be a very close one. The drone gets straight up into his face, but Saya player unfazed.
What in the world? I mean, they even gave him the respect. They knew that he would stand fight, but no time to mull about that as the showstopper comes through. He tracks the Neon. He waits for the slide. The patience from Izu. Oh, Bleed. Every single choice they made, it all falls apart. Scary now trapped. Gets her back right through the smoke. Trying to fish for the kill. Uneasy, he gets it somehow.
Okay.
What is this game?
I was about to say it runs in the T1 family, but I guess it just runs in this entire game. How good they are at just tracking these shots.
Lockdown available. T1, I mean, they're going to have to give it up. They already have the flank covered. They are already holding on to A connect, but Ratla gets the kill. Carpe just barely staying alive. The smoke comes out. Ratla's through it. Clears the site. A 1v1 alarm bot down. Carpe is going to get spotted. He's trying to walk through it. The nanoswarm pops just for time as well.
Planted.
He could go for Heaven, but he wants to go for this straight up fight. Redless got a position.
And
what a
he
spot.
gets the shot.
Oh,
what a clutch. The Red Bull clutch coming in for Ratla over on Bleed to tie things up 6-6. And I just love that all 10 players today, all the pressure off their backs, right? Nothing to lose here, just showing the full potential that they've had.
Yep.
You know, these are moments, these are highlights, these are rounds that I think every fan was waiting to see from all of these players all year.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to say that as well. This has probably been my favorite round of this entire series. Everybody was just popping off on all cylinders. The reason why they got, you know, recognized as one of the best players is showcased in that one round, right? Scary, great intuition. Saya player, insane calmness and threat underneath all of that pressure from the util that was spread in front of him, even when the drone was just tracking him, did not phase him whatsoever. It's just incredible.
That's actually an incredible drawing of Zest on that fan side as well. But yeah, these are just the game sense coming alive. I mean, we even saw Saya, of course, battling out the drone, trying to mark him for as long as possible. I mean, this was all just individual peak performances from each of the members. And now we start the second half back to square one, tied up 6-6. Bleed Esports trying to take us to Ascent on the third map. Otherwise, T1 will be rounding out their season with an extra victory.
Where's majority of the forces of T1 going to be looking to? Anything kind of out of nowhere there? No, it's the same. I was about to think that maybe someone brings in a frenzy or something to kind of mix things up. It might have been even Durian on the defensive. That being said, though, there is a lot of counter utility from Bleed here, and it's only going to be, from the looks of it, Saya player peeking, hoping to get a shot, and he has a rendezvous to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, he has been slowed down by the relay bolt, but since they don't find the target immediately, Bleed Esports just going to back out. They hear the extra ghost as well, so Crazy Guy, he's going to take some shots from the Sheriff. Now he's going to back out. Spike still not picked up from T1. They just want to inch forward. Saya, he is way ahead right now, but he gets in for free. He absolutely threads the needle, finds an opening where Bleed is not checking the open spots. Now though, with the toxic screen up, okay, if they get this kill, well, actually, it might not even matter. Carpe stays alive. This is perfect for Saya player, by the way. This completely sells the dig all the way deep into enemy territory. See if Saya's ready for it. Here's the footsteps on the minimap. Meanwhile, Carpe's just trying to keep them distracted for the main force to come through. Saya lets one pass. He gets the kill. He hears the second footsteps. Ready for it. They want to go for the double swing. There's the slide. He cannot track it all the way.
Oh, man. And this is 4 players to the 2 of Bleed. This is not looking too good, and you're absolutely right. They were able to sell that that push through by Saya player. Now Durian and Retla using this wall to inch ever so closely to Rubble just to see if anybody's there, but no, all players of T1 now nestled in to this A site. They might realize this as Durian is coming around the corner right now. Retla does not win that fight against Izu, and it's all down to the... Oh, can he do it? Oh, first shot in. 2 versus 1. Dashes right through, gets the first contact. Does not have a stun, has to deal with stacks, blind and dry contact, gonna lose it, and T1 take the round.
I mean, Saya is just getting way ahead of everybody, and then Carpe getting that kill. Quite frankly, what I was going to say was Carpe, even if he just dies there, it would have still sold Saya player not being all the way deep, right? Because it would have just been Bleed assuming, hey, we got the guy who was trying to go through on alert. We should be safe. So T1 playing to perfection as soon as they have the opportunity. They hold on to the site quite cleanly, although Darian does his best. So now back in the lead. T1, a sigh of relief.
Oh, look at this. Super aggressive from Durian charging in.
Oh,
wow. Okay, they're outnumbered. And now all the guns from T1 actually just backfiring right in front of them. It's all down to Side Player. 2 versus 1, or 3 versus 1 rather. The multi-peek. And he is able to almost get it, but not enough HP, not enough quickness. And somehow Bleed get the Thrifty.
Everyone watching thought we were going to have a highlight on our hands. 100%. It was Side Player. As soon as he whipped out that headhunter for the second kill, you all have to have been with me. You had to have thought it was happening, and boy, was he close. But Crazy Guy able to find the crosshair right on the target. And now Bleed, they get the Thrifty. They've got the rifles now. It's their round. It's their bonus. Trying to push through. Saya with the extra kills, only 2 points away from the turret of force. And, well, talk about spacing.
This
is a nasty one. Oh boy.
This feels like an El Clasico.
Oh my gosh.
From a whole different game.
Oh
What's just missing is the auto snipers.
Yeah, well, okay. Nobody gets killed actually, surprisingly.
Thank God for the rendezvous.
Well, backs out, but that should be the sign that, hey, there were 4 people on A. I think we should try to go quickly over to the C site. And T1, they will enter. Spike is in the site, but not safe for planting just yet. Saya, good for the trade with the headhunter. Retla, not going to get 2. And that's a Vandal picked up for Izu.
Yeah, he can start actually throwing weapons to his own teammates too. I think that's 2 rifles right in front of him, but he can't reposition right now as the rest of Bleed are into the site itself. No cover for Izu here, and unfortunately for Carpe, can't really find the exit as well. It's all down to him, but he has full HP. Can he actually find some cover? Come around the corner if ever, but no. Scary Ryan on top just pops his head, and that's going to be retake. Done. Executed well by Bleed.
Nice and clean. Using the drone, Zest swinging off of it on a timing as well, and then making sure to keep his distance around the corner. It's just a lot of individual heads up here on the retake after the first drone, covering for each other as well. So the comms looking better than ever for Bleed Esports. And T1, just a weaker weaponry, not helping their cause. They love Scary, making sure to check the smoke as well. He is one of the master controllers throughout the entire world. Now a timeout from Coach Lugia. Once again, on a round win, but one that might have looked a little dicey.
That's fair, right? It looked like it was very possible. I wonder what's going into the discussion as to why.
I don't know if I've ever seen Bleed able to smile during a timeout, because it's always been such a tough road for them. Anytime they had to pause the game, it was always just trying to come back on that insurmountable task. But they've been looking better and better. Again, of course, nothing to lose, so you know that this timeout isn't going to be one that changes your destiny, but perhaps one that can change the brightness of the light at the end of the tunnel.
To be fair, though, as well, Bleed has also been that team that has resurrected themselves, almost resurrected themselves from very high deficits, right? So something like this is very doable for a team like them, and at least in terms of experience and, you know, what they had to go through to kind of creep the rounds back.
See what they talked about, even Coach Lugia smiling during the timeout. I mean, listen, after their tough match against Genji, where they almost brought it all the way back in the 3rd map, I ran into Coach Lugia, and he was just smiling, you know, saying that he was content. He was happy that the players were able to play their game finally with the pressure off their backs, at least getting a chance to show what they got. Now they have another opportunity to do so today. Saya player trapped with the relay bolt. The Odin keeps him pinched. Darion's ready for it. He gives up after taking way too much of a hit, and that's just a spam through the wall. They heard the rendezvous, and Crazy Guy's on for it.
Yeah, but that was just Saya player too, right? Izu, spear tip, still available, still able to really do something here. Even brings out the showstopper. Unfortunately, can't get to the higher level of C here, and Crazy Guy. Odin spam. 2 kills right now, not even needing to see anybody. That's what you want to. That's what you want to see from him.
Yeah, well, Izu all the way deep in. Now Bleed has to be quite aware of this, but not the exact position. So you see them suspecting something fishy around Waterfall, so they will go all the way around C Mound. T1 looking to defend in this post plant. The C's just to buy time. It is going to be able to separate Darion.
Oh no!
But Stax cannot survive. He wants to try to reposition to a craftier position, but won't find the opening. Now more members coming through. Zest is starting on the pinch all the way through Waterfall. It's a double swing, but the spacing not quite good enough. But Crazy Guy with the ace.
Concentrate's over.
The Odin ace. VCT Pacific, can we please clip this highlight and tag Achilleos on all social media platforms?
Who else do you have?
Just in case you missed it.
Yeah, he loves the Odin.
Yeah, I mean,
with a
listen,
burning passion.
One day he'll learn the strength of this weapon, you know? One day he'll learn to love it. But, I mean, first of all, the Rendezvous Wallbang, I thought that was a great setup. That one, full credit here to Bleed. But after that, it's just there for the trades. The crazy guy returning here in stage 2, showing what he had in store for us after that great run in Ascension last year.
Yo. Is it time for part 2?
No,
Green Guy's playing on B. So, no Odin spams on A. He is waiting for that quick rotation if ever they do get a catch onto Saya player here. Izu, somehow with all the kills that he's gotten, is halfway to his ultimate, but he's going to give Stacks that satisfaction to activate his Nightfall here. Is only really Retla holding the position. Backs away as the Prowler connects, and this is going to be a commitment once again by T1 on the C site.
Bleed, empty the site. They have Hunter's Fury and Lockdown available. Nightfall being used a little early to try to push them back. Hunter's Fury trying to scout. Yeah, but the spike already goes through. So now just trying to clear out, trying to get some tags, not finding any targets. Drone immediately, trying to position themselves for a deep lockdown at Waterfall.
Okay, Aftershock used this wall. This is not going to get broken. I mean the lockdown, so they have to at least try to play greedy from the looks of it. Izu's just committing to that one, so he will fall down. Xrit's going to hold the site at the back by himself, leaving the 3 players of T1 here on Mount. It actually pays off as he gets 2. Carpe gets another one as well, and this is working gloriously for T1. No one's defusing the spike just yet. It's on default, so any Mount spammers can find him. But Scary fires back, and look at this. Carpe feeds off of that information and gets the round in for T1. Oh my god!
What?
He knew!
No.
He knew!
He did not know.
He
He
knows! He knows!
What in the world?
I love it. Please, show us the 180 turnaround. That was the most important one. It wasn't these kills from Carpe and Xgrit. It was that 180 turnaround. Sure of himself of where the event horizon of that spike explosion will end. No! It's okay. Sick round though from T1.
There's no way he knew. That's insane. You're right. That is the most insane thing we've seen today after all the craziness.
Yes.
All right. Now let's slow things down a little bit. You know, classic Rubble contention from Bleed. This is the Lotus we know and love. Orb taken on Mound. Step by step like a flowchart. But the alarm bot does get taken out nice and early. So that's going to be a boon for T1.
So there's a lot of good ultimates available right now for T1 if they get access to the site. The Viper's Pit is there. We're very close into the showstopper. Oh, Saya player though. He will not get hit by the Aftershock, but Scary might be able to get off a quick couple of kills here with the Paranoia set in front of him.
Oh boy.
Oh, he might have actually had to use the Paranoia there.
Yeah, just trusting too much in the fault line, but Seth's still alive, using the flash to try to get another opening, but he's decayed. It's just too tough. He's been tethered. And now down to a 3v3. Now Bleed, they have already made the rotation, and there isn't too much time for T1. The Prowler, but the run-and-gun spray finds the head of Saya player. And now 2 members of T1 trapped in tree. Oh, nice swing out across the relay bolt, keeps him trapped, and it's a nice pinch from Bretla. The teamwork, the timing, it's all there for Bleed.
That's incredible. Absolutely monstrous. Separation because of the relay bolt, and then just send it. Believe in yourself, believe in Redla, and they get kills almost simultaneously. Absolutely perfect, but this is the one that would have actually ended the round earlier. Again, just that one Paranoia, man. But, I mean, he trusted his teammate as well. Fault line was good enough.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to overcommit if you don't know exactly how many there are. So
that's fair.
Yeah, it just goes for the fault line. But obviously the teammate's still able to close it out on that 2v2. Now Rolling Thunder still in the hands. And there's Yoder. He repositions. The double slides are too strong. 15 HP. But he stays alive. That's what matters. Crazy guy there for the trade. And now the Rolling Thunder. They found all the targets. It's just T1 completely herded into the corner. And just like that, it's a Pulsar Flawless here for Bleed Esports.
That is incredible. Bleed just knew exactly what was going to be the play there. I mean, even if there was nobody there, right, they would still at least get so much control off of Mount that they would know where T1 was going to be playing. This looked scary for Dorian as well, because he was not getting that quick kill that he was kind of hoping for from that ultimate of his. Thankfully enough, Crazy Guy was there, and of course the follow through with the Rolling Thunder just to kind of clean things out for Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, I love that the Rolling Thunder was saved initially, but just coming out in time. And I mean, this is one of those moments where it's like, well, if the Neon wasn't buffed or changed at the very least, right, he would be dead. Doesn't have that second slide, but he uses it just in the nick of time. And T1 will be calling a timeout, looking to try to wrap things up in a nice clean 2-0 today to at least end the season on a positive note for their fans. Had a great chance to try to redeem themselves at Masters, was not able to do so. Didn't find the opening here in stage 2, but they would love to prove that they were still working towards the right direction here with Stacks joining the squad, trying to bring them together. Izu now on that primary duelist role. He's been looking more and more confident on it, but is it enough to wrap up this match?
We'll have to see though. In any case, right, T1's had a hard time dealing with these pocket positions for Bleed. It's usually, who was this? Durian and Scary that kind of just place themselves into spots where T1 wouldn't really expect, and then you just see an out-of-nowhere Paranoia coming out from, Paranoia from Scary, Zess as well with the fault line, and it's so tricky to try to deal with that, especially have it out as the Bleed, which is, again, a slide, a shrouded step out, so they have to be very careful with how they approach this if they go slowly, which they look like are doing again.
So, starting at this round, Bleed sends out the fast lane, making it look like they're contending for Rubble control. But all of this just to try to bait T1 into re-clearing, spending a lot of time, and then you still have Killjoy util for the delay. Now T1, not sure if they completely read through this, but they throw their own fake onto C, and they're ready to break through this. The Nanoswarm pops, Alarm Bot gets destroyed as well. Killjoy now down. And he's just trapped in tree. Darion gets pinched, but Scary here on the backup is good for 2. He might even get the third off the aftershock. He waits patiently for it, but it's just too late as T1 are able to bulldoze through the site.
Yeah, that pop shot from Darion there kind of gave away that there was another player, or did give away that there was another player on that A site, as we saw immediately Izu, as he realizes this, just sends himself to clear it out. If he dies or not, doesn't matter as long as he can keep Durian preoccupied as the rest of T1 was slowly creeping in back into A. And by that point, it was just refrag upon refrag. Sure, there was some great utility there for Bleed to flush things out, and it looked like they might have lost control of the players coming outside of Tree, but somehow they made it work.
And now, once again, the same fast lane, but this time you hear the sprint from the Neon. Saya does get sprayed just a little bit. No Odin on the other side, though, so he'll feel safe behind the wall this time. Crazy Guy, during all of that, takes the orb. He's got the Hunter's Fury online, ready for a retake. Pit and Showstopper available for T1. Do they send the Showstopper on the execute when it comes, or will they try their best to spread Bleed thin to make sure they have all the power tools to hold the post plant?
And now this is a bit of a guessing game, right? Because there's no player from Bleed that's holding far enough into Rubble here, and no one is peeking as Bleed from A main, they're going to have to start hoping that they can keep track of where T1 is. Thankfully enough, yeah, Crazy Guy is there right for that exact reason, so that they can see if that A-site rotate is going to be happening. They've only sent really Stacked as well as Side player to start creeping things in, but the main forces of T1 still looking to actually go for
Oh my gosh, the full send on the fake as well. The Prowler and then the From the Shadows from T1. What a call. Showstopper used for insurance. You are no okay. He gets taken down, so that's both ultimates now gone. Showstopper taken out, and it was the Pit that was taken down as well from Carpe earlier.
They can't rotate.
Yeah, the fake now biting them in the butt. Hunter's Fury comes out and the Aftershock as well. You have to enter or empty that site entirely. Timing now down to 10 seconds. The Seas just to keep Darian at bay, so the spike will go down. And Saya player, he's wrapping around. Can he get there in time? The recon comes out. Stax destroys it. T1, if they can just hold on until Saya gets there, but it's too late. He gets 1 kill, but he's been spotted, only good for 2. And Bleed will go up to map point.
Oh man, that blew up in their face when Izu could not get the pick onto Durian. He had the showstopper, but Durian was just waiting. He was so confident he was going to get the kill, and he did. And that really lost control of that C site. You saw how slow Scary was, or excuse me, not Scary, but rather the Omen was into trying to get into the site. Excurate, there you go. Unfortunately, just could not have the time from Excurate, or excuse me, Saya player to get the follow-up kills.
Well, gonna use your second timeout as well, might as well, to try to redeem this map. Take it to an OT. T1, this was their pick. Of course, they took down Bleed's pick of Bind, but T1, they've been very, very stuck on this chamber composition, right? They've held on to it. They've believed in it all year long with mixed success. It looked so powerful at the beginning of the year, but since then, people have started to target it with the breach. Now Neon gets buffed, enters the scene, and it's getting harder and harder to try to push through with this composition. But if they can show us a bit more on why they still stick with it, perhaps they'll be able to change a couple minds.
Yeah, but the difficulty here is the cohesion of how Bleed just retake their sites. It's so difficult to kind of separate them, to try to make them uncoordinated, right? It is so uncharacteristic of the Bleed that we've seen throughout Stage 1 and Stage 2, and this is just looking so incredibly good for, again, this team. And now looking into this round, look at the buys from T1. It is so segmented, and now Crazy Guy's back on his Odin. If they come out to this one, the Odin spam is about to come through, and he might get a pick or two from the start of the round.
Yeah, some damage done. Izu's all the way through, but there's a relay volt, and Darian just choosing to survive, but he is absolutely trapped and blinded. But everyone else is covered as well. He gains so much space. Excurate, good for the trades, but so is Saya player. Zest, good for a double. It is just Des all across rubble as we go down to a 2v2. Rifles recovered for T1.
Okay, drone has been used as well from Crazy Guy, so no push just yet. Does not spot the two of them, Saya player and teammate, coming in through A. Retless holding the doorway here, and he's got a good position, but he second guesses and thought that he might be a B push. Still, he does have the safety of that turret if they try to push in through this B site. So what is the choice right now? Crazy Guy will get hit by the Nightfall, then traces it back. Might be a kill here, but no. You just see Side player slowly creeping into the side to jump up, and that's the catch that they needed.
Yeah, a bit risky, especially against the likes of Saya player. Also, not going to have the knife out for that extra speed either on that jump. So now a 1v2.
Ooh.
T1 did use the Nightfall, so Bleed, they're already okay with that. But we'll see. Retla, he's done it before. He gets a nice kill onto Saya player. Unbeknownst, and Stacks is too low. Retla spams him down through the wall, forces him out in the open. And that's the second clutch of the map for Retla to close things out and bring us to a map 3.
What an insane timing for Retla to peek out. Didn't even know. Side player was just gobsmacked. He was like, what just happened? You were supposed to be holding that angle, which supposedly he was, but then he wasn't able to, again, fire back. In any case, great clutch from Retla here, and we're going to be passing it on to our panel as we go into map number 3.
It's a 3-mapper, full series, kind of day, one match where you're going to get so much Valorant. It doesn't matter. Bleed end up reversing it here on the map picks, taking a Lotus away from T1. Looks like they've learned a lot over the course of the last few weeks. Predictions for Guess and Gain totally just messed up, but we'll get to that.
Look, the Uno cards have been played today. It's the reverse. We're going to map 3. It's Ascent.
If there's one series today, the fans showed up, you got to give them your money's worth. Get them their money's worth. Make sure that they are getting maximum value out of that ticket. So now they get to watch a third and final map, and this is going to be a spicy one because Ascent has been a map where there's been a good amount of relative success for the side of Bleed. I mean, Darren's going to be moving back over onto the Jet. That sounds exciting, him going up against Saya player.
Yeah. After I said it was so, he said it was Bleed, and it could be. It could be a Bleed. And so far, Bleed has definitely mixed things up on the first 2 maps, and I would expect they would do the same for Ascent.
That is possible. They could have something a little bit different that they want to come out, but is Ascent that map is kind of the question. Talon seem to think so, but does Bleed conform to the same thought process? We'll have to just wait and see. But
Maybe
for
they
now,
could make, the
it's a good run back.
Yeah. The endless life comp work.
I'll take more Deadlock.
More Deadlock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On Ascent makes sense. Makes a lot more sense
Actually,
than
yes.
most maps. Yeah.
Yes, it would. But Lotus here, Bleed. We were just tracking a lot of the spike plans because that was our guessing game today. It was a very back and forth on this map. Bleed was fighting every step of the way. Every time T1, got any rounds, got any space, and Bleed just pushed back.
Yeah, it was really tough for T1. I think sometimes absolutely Darion's Neon caused a little bit of grief. Some of those entries he had were quite clean. The breach as well, really effective. The Sova darts seemingly at times as well, like untracked by T1 or just not accounted for in their minds with their protocols. A little bit of sloppiness in clearing those cost them a little bit here and there. It was kind of a combination of a lot of little things for T1, and a lot of those post plants, like you see, it's like 3 to 7. It's because a lot of them, they came into like weak number situations. It was like 2v3s already anyway, so it is what it is, but I think really just Bleed had a really nice game plan built around Darion's Neon.
Yeah, I mean, the two things that stuck out to me on the previous graphic was, A, the Thrifty, because being able to pull that off after dropping the pistol round, that was a huge one. The continuous crunches, I think we saw it like 2 or 3 times at least, where they were just sprinting from the outset as soon as barriers dropped over towards that attacker spawn. T1 just, they couldn't think fast enough to figure out like where everyone was coming from and how to react to it. That kept catching them off guard, but also just the 4 clutches that were here for the side of Bleed. There was a lot of heroics coming through. Retla in particular got a shout out from the casters there, having 2 huge clutches to just be able to really seal the deal on this. There's a lot of rounds where it's like, okay, T1 are favored here. They've got a plant down. They've got more players alive, and then it just falls away from them.
Yeah, you're right. This is very much usually a T1 favorite map, but over the course of stage 2, we've just seen sort of that decline. They've just been getting figured out here in Bleed. I mean, you guys, we touched on this at the start of the show here. This might be the best iteration of the Bleed roster that they've kept shuffling since the start, and I can see why.
No doubt. It's a lot of the right pieces in the right places. Crazy Guy is a very good Sova. Zesk being called upon to fill in some different roles now. He's pretty solid at it. I mean, we've seen it, back when he was on DRX, he's able to shift to other agents pretty effectively, pretty quickly. Scary is scary. So many of those kills were through smokes. Like, he just has unbelievable game sense as usual. So it's a lot of good things going for Bleed. And obviously you have a ton of tape on this map too. I mean, it's kind of known how T1's going to want to play it. But yeah, the clutches too, like Retla, that one on Mound, where he got the 1v2 was absolutely disgusting, and then he clutched it in the last round. So it's like every kind of one of those like little things you want from a team seem to be coming together now for Bleed. Yeah, it's too little too late, but it's encouraging for the future.
Yes, I think this is a very good sign for the future. How are you feeling about T1 though at this point? Or do you want to see Ascent first to really make a full determination about how this is going?
I think it's difficult to be super concerned, just given that Bleed have been on the up and up. T1 are still, getting things together. They only recently pivoted Rossi out and Carpe back into the starting 5 for the team. So they themselves are undergoing even further changes. But like we were saying, this is a map that there's a lot of tape to study, and they're not really changing up the composition. They're not throwing curveballs at Bleed. So clearly Bleed, it's big ups to them for doing their homework and really getting a read on how T1 is going to approach this. But the more concerning thing was just those clutches coming through and just T1 not being able to really close out these rounds where they are favored. That is something that does concern me overall. But we'll see if, things get cleaned up as we go into Ascent.
All right. Well, we will see very soon. But first, we're going to find out what our new ranks are for the guests in game.
To the moon!
Yes. Oh, man. Did you just hit? Would you like to do it yourself? Or would you like me to show the audience what just happened? Okay.
In-ear, so.
Guys, Achilleos has once again hit Radiant. Round of applause. This guy just keeps hitting Radiant.
2 stages in a row.
He's so smart. You're so smart.
He's lucky.
A lot of it is luck.
All right, well, I'm silver now. Yay me! I was hoping this would decrease the gap between me and Wingman, but
Look, the big consideration coming into this one that I didn't voice, that I should have voiced, was, of course, like, there's going to be an Odin on the A side. It's going to push people to the other side of the map. And it did.
It does do that. It do be like that. But it was really close.
Yeah.
It was 7 A plants to 8 C plants.
It was very narrow.
No B plants at all, which is really bizarre.
That's not too shocking. We looked a little bit at the heat map of Bleed the last time that they had played on Lotus, which was versus GE, and you could just see the kills happening. And there was just like maybe 2 kills around the B site.
Yeah.
Like not even really on the extremities of the site. Everything happened either in C or in A. Like Bleed did not like the B site at all.
Yeah, allergic. They were completely allergic to B there. Yeah, they barely touched them on it on this map. I guess just to recap again, yeah, A site had seven plants, and C had 8. So I don't know. Well,
you almost had your tie.
I was close.
Yeah, there was a
I kind of gambled. I mean, I'm so far down anyway. I might as well just go big or go home.
Yeah, that's
like
it's okay. You too can be silver.
I never anticipated that I was going to do well on this, particularly because I don't have a lot of desk days. So I was just like, well.
Well, if you dream big,
no,
paper thin,
I do not.
You can be gold.
I think I only have one more to try and defend that.
We only have like 2 more, yeah.
I don't know if there's going to be.
So we have 1 more desk day.
Well, I
have 2 more desk days.
I think last stage during the playoffs we did have the casters do the.
Oh,
the
did we?
guessing
Yeah,
game.
we have.
So if
we have
if
an
we do
extra.
that again, then I'm
we have a
still
bonus round
at risk. So.
All right.
Yeah. And yeah, we are going to have more dust days during playoffs next week. But first, we got one more map to close off the regular season. Ascent. Good old Ascent, where everyone's just been playing this since the beginning of Valorant time.
Where everyone knows your name. Yeah.
Where everyone knows your name. You know the name of every single corner on this map. Even the little dog bowl on A site. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know the dog bowl with the sausages in it? It's next to the bike.
There's a dog bowl there?
There's a dog bowl there.
See, these are things I don't pay attention to. I don't have an eye for detail.
Yeah,
so
I look at all this
Nurse.
random stuff.
She needs her meds.
Guys, when we go into Ascent, on attacker side, watch the attackers. Viewers, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the Valoranters out there.
Probably do.
These are important details to VCT, guys. Ascent has been in the map pool since forever. The dog bowl is there. It's next to the bike. Look out for it. It's next to the box they jump on. Anyway.
I know where the bike is.
You know what? It's next to the bike.
Yeah.
It's next to the bike.
Well.
Okay. Ascent. How you feeling about Ascent? They're pretty evenly matched here in terms of stage, in terms of specific performance.
Yeah. Yeah,
we could just see the agent picks and then determine from there too.
I don't think we're going to see too many changes. I think that the teams do want to be able to get the victory here. So I'm not anticipating anything super, staggering. Yes, there's no changes whatsoever. Stock standard compositions across the board between the 2 squads. Stax gets the head-to-head versus Zest here to see who's going to be the best KO in the lobby. Ooh. So maybe a little bit of a brotherly rivalry between the 2 of them. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. But the big thing I'm looking for Bleed is going to be more impact on the attacking side. We've seen more and more teams who are finding success on Ascent are making it happen on the attack rather than on that defense. And Bleed's attack so far has not been that strong. Curious to see how it looks coming into today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's things like just having the coordinated executes, getting good reads on the positions to make sure things like the paranoia and the flashes are landing when they need to set up, Darion for these entries. Obviously, we know Darion is capable of big games. Is he going to be able to pull it through? Side plays looked a little shaky on the other side of the coin for T1, so I'm a little bit concerned in that regard. However, Izu has been absolutely nasty on the Killjoy on this map, so that's something that T1 can seemingly rely on for some level of consistency.
I do want to see how Xcurate's doing on the Omen. He's kind of picked it up recently. Curious how he's going to be doing on this Ascent. We're going to go to the very last map of today of the regular season. T1 and Bleed over Terracasters, Asura and Chobra.
I just want everyone to know I'm in a great mood because we're on the last map of the night and it's still 7 p.m. here in Seoul, South Korea. So it is a great day for VCT. We are all winners today. But T1 and Bleed doing their best to just send one great moment, last moment here for their fans and, of course, for themselves. Both teams, both players, they've had a rough year, but they want to end it on an upswing. And it begins with Bleed on the defensive side. T1 stacked up on the attack here on the B side.
Absolutely. Oh, there's a setup right now from Bleed for that mid push, if ever. You can already see Zest with the Well, the setup and everything, great tag on the side player here. Shock Dart is going to soften them up ever so slightly. Actually, not slightly, a lot, as Izu and side player already down to critical digits. No anti-flank to keep them honest, as it's only Stax really holding on to B main, and he's about to get welcomed by 5 players. Tries to back away, and he just knows he cannot stop this.
Yeah, they're already all the way through, but Saya's going to be good for 2 kills, now down to 6 HP, still holding on, so they are aware of Crazy Guy, all the way in defender spawn as well. He'll eventually get the kill with the Shock Dart. It was a necessary one, but Izu now swings out. T1, they continue to get low, but they're still going out with a bang as they trade and keep the number advantage. Now 2v3 for Bleed on the retake. Crazy Guy, he's trying to scout it out, buying time for Scary to come in with the kills. He gets one through the wall back. Crazy Guy gets the swing. They know he's back in Boathouse, and Stax jiggles it. Scary trying to stick the half. Is he ready for the swing out? He is, but Stax just peeks in. Surprise! Gets the round for T1.
Great knowledge there, great choice there by Stax to actually push at the other end of that smoke as to where his opponent was not looking at. But look at this replay. That was just so clean from Saya player. He was just losing his mind in that fight, just kind of going into the flow state, just getting all the kills, you know, just smoothly transitioning around right here. And is this an early timeout for Bleed?
No, this is a tech pause, but guess what? It's still only 7 p.m. here in Seoul, South Korea, so we don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought we had an early timeout or something. I mean, that wasn't the best of rounds for Bleed, sure, but
that would be crazy to call a timeout after that pistol. That would be insane.
I would love to see that, though.
It does look like it was just perhaps a quick fix. I think they're going to just test the settings.
What happens if Saya player's booster table breaks? Does he have like an extra?
Breaks?
Yeah.
So I've run into T1 coming to the site a couple of times. They always only bring one, but I have to imagine that surely they have a second one in the car.
Hidden somewhere.
They surely have to.
Yeah.
It'd be crazy. Or it has to be like made out of titanium.
But it's wood, no?
I actually have no idea. Is it wood? It might not be.
That's fair.
Yeah, because wood could like rot away and...
But titanium table, I mean, it doesn't have like good coating, right? Then
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to ask.
We'll have to ask him.
We'll have to ask our interviewer to ask those questions. Those questions that we are all dying to know.
Hard-hitting questions.
What is the? Oh, see, it's already there.
Yeah, it's already there. Yeah, they're cheering for the table.
Really?
Yeah. Well, on the right side it says I cheer for the table.
Oh, see.
And then they're also just cheering for Saya player.
I mean,
some tables they get a lot of support. Some people, or some tables, they get abused.
Shout out to Alex.
Yeah, there's different tables here in VCT Pacific, but it looks like we should be getting back into game soon as everyone is stepping away from Saya player's PC.
There we go. Perfect.
All right. The Korean casters were very surprised that we're back in game. I'm not sure why. But anyway, it is going to be a 4-man buy here for T1 off of that pistol win. It's going to be the Marshal for Saya. That's always going to stay true no matter what. But the 2 Bulldogs and a Spectre. Now we're seeing a lot more of the heavier buys return here in VCT. Actually, it's going to be all the way up to 5. The Guardian for Stax as well.
Oh, flash and dash. Oh, Durian just eats a shot off of that Marshal. Can't even exit his Cloud Burst there, and that's going to give this mid control quite easily for T1.
Yeah, and I love that T1 actually just called the bluff on this. So Bleed making it look like they actually wanted to set up for the pinch on that Tiles crunch and then force everyone to come over to A. But with Darion dying immediately and no follow-up push from B main, T1 just says, all right, let's just re-clear mid. And then the site is free. Correct read from T1. Now, Excurit is far
I think he got spotted.
Yeah, with the Spectre, he is going to get spotted, but he's got the run and gun advantage. Still good for the spray. 2 kills to his name at the start of this round.
Yeah, try to bank up a couple of kills right now with that Spectre. And he still wants the challenge, though. Redless about to go for the peak as well, and that's going to be the mistake for Excurit. So you can call it a mistake, but, I mean, he tagged them both at very critical HP, so what are they going to try to do as there's, like, so many eyes on market, and then we have Saya player slowly creeping out of Tiles here.
Oh boy, oh, he's going to be able to swivel right around one shot, but Saya will go through for the extra kills. Now only 2 points away from that Blade Storm.
This is a great start from T1. Not really any financial losses, as well as Oh, even through the blind. Okay, that's how he got it. Sick.
Yeah. I mean, just spams right through it. Here's a Yuto coming out. There's a heads-up play. Excurit for those kills as well. That's just a quick one. So, Bleed, honestly, I don't mind them trying to go for a bit of a fake, trying to let them know that the Tiles Crunch could come another time here in the half. You know, you do whatever conditioning whenever you can, even if it's an eco. And now with that full save in that previous round, the Odin comes out in round 3 for Crazy Guy. Over on the B side, you've still got Killjoy Yuto up close to delay as well. So T1, it's gonna take a lot to eventually try to actually break through this site. We see the Nanoswarms come out. Crazy Guy going for the Shock Dart initially to hold them off. There's the Nanoswarm, but Excurit's already through. They've already got the site surrounded. Excurit's watching for the backup flood as well. Crazy Guy starts to spam, but he's been full flash. He's been spotted, and he's not as hidden as he thinks he is. Retla all alone, backup, not able to get in, but he still gets the double through the spam. And now Bleed trying to flood through. Darion evens things out to a 2v2. Smoke, Darion, good for it. Dashes forward, and he swings right back out. The confidence from Darion. Returning as the duelist for Bleed Esports, picks up their buy round.
That was intense. Very, very close. You saw there was kind of like 3 fights happening through that. The hold here from Retla, and then everybody else from T1 stuck at the center of the site. They couldn't really transition into the back, start planting the spike, so on and so forth. And then Bleed just kept pressing on the fight. Sure, they were losing players left and right, but they were able to trade that significantly against T1 here. It was expensive, but of course, the round still garnered in the end.
Yeah, that's the important part. And now, he's able to stabilize somewhat. Trying to get ahead of things with the Shroud instead, but he is going to get pinged out. So now they just flood A main, trying to cover for him. A lot of util use though, the fragment as well. So T1 trying to use this to advantage. Stack's actually way ahead of all that intel.
He's already got that control onto A short. Has the spike, so he doesn't want to push too forward. If he might get caught here by Durion as well as Zest. But they haven't really gone and pushed through this. I wonder if they're actually going to throw out the Paranoia first, or are they going to flash? That being said, though, Zest, no, I think he's going to wait for Stacks. Yeah. Oh, no, he's going to do it himself.
Oh, wow, okay. He actually goes out for the peek. So now the double play gone. The Paranoia will try to keep Scary alive, but he's been pinged. Carpe waits for it, gets the pre-fire. Darion now spotted alone, but he gets 1 kill. He's trying to wait for the wraparound. Can't quite adjust in time. The spam is able to track Excurit all the way through, and then there's a spray from Retla down to a 1v1. How does this happen every round between these two teams? Crazy Guy has 2 shock darts. He's going to use 1 just to try to funnel him in. He spots him. Trying to get the spam through the wall, trying to just make him weaker, and he does, but Stacks will hold his ground and land the headshot.
That was awesome. Both of the players knowing exactly where to position. The shock darts connecting every single time here, and still somehow Stacks was able to get the 1-up off of that. This was so ballsy from Zest, though. He just, or from Carpe rather, just straight up peeks through all of that. Cannot believe that actually happened. In any case, it's a close round, the 1 versus 1, but still somehow goes in the favor of T1.
And now they're able to go for that Outlaw, knowing the economic situation of Bleed. You even have the Blade Storm if you need to get up close and personal. It's just going to be a split default from T1. The Recon getting destroyed immediately. So T1 aware of a mid-hold. So this should let them know that there might be a bit of a standard default. You know, a 2-1-2, at least definitely not a full stack on either side. Saya will be the scout for them.
He does have the blades as well, so I feel like after he exits out of a fight and he's already willing to really go for that challenge.
Enemy kill. Blocking side.
Well, yeah, that's the signal. That's the signal to start going. I mean, T1, they're waiting to see if there's a reaction. The drone to clear. Worst case, you still have Saya to cut off rotations to come in on a pinch.
Oh, Saya.
No, we'll see. There's too many angles for him to watch, but he's looking at the right one. He's quick on the scope, but he thinks he's good. He goes for the updraft. It's not going to buy him enough time. It's going to be an outlaw for the purchase, but no kill found on the right clicks of the classic. Scary, spamming through. Not enough bullets on the Stinger.
Yeah, but that is just going to be the outlaw picked up just in case. Izu's going to get flanked here. Durion's going to have to go big on A main, which he does. Triple kill already. Not going to be able to find anybody at the back of the site just yet. So it's a 2 versus 2. 2 of them playing on dice. T1 Goes out for the swing. Durian whiffs, and this leaves on the Scary. He does get the angle, but the weapon not good enough.
Yeah, the spacing perfect on that swing out, and I love that they took the initiative as well. Not trying to play to survive, but playing to win was T1 in that post plant. Darion, I mean, still a very good scoreline of 7-4, especially with that double kill here on the Blade Storms, but it's not enough to overcome the firepower. It's not enough to make that thrifty happen. And now the operator coming into the hands of Darion. This is the round where Bleed needs to start to climb back into things. Otherwise, it starts to all fall apart. Huntress Fury online as well to counter out any sort of aggressive push. Of course, no command. We'll see if Stax uses it aggressively or if it's just going to be saved up to counter out one of those ultimates, potentially that Huntress Fury.
Oh, weird shock dart. I think it was maybe try to line it up to break the mid alarm bot, but it was off by quite a bit. Durant's got the operator here. Oh, he almost got the fly swatter catch onto Saya there.
He's getting chased. Doesn't have the weapon, but Saya getting told to leash it back, and Saya will actually land and find the kill as well at 13 HP. So he's going to be happy that he regrouped with his team, not overextending.
So
lockdown, yeah, at the ready. And then it's going to be the counter Huntress Fury. Carpe having that available, and Isu's holding close. That's good for the trade. Darion finds a nice angle against Saya player. Now they've got the angles covered. Darion, if they try to go for the defuse, though, it's going to be a tough one. They try to bait out the peak, but it's just too far. Darion has to swivel too much to dodge away from that flash. And Zest now all alone, caught in between two members of T1. He knows exactly where they are, but he just cannot find the fight that he wants. They won't give it to him. Stax finally answering the call. Zest makes it a 1v1. Does he have enough time? Draws out the shock dart, but Carpe knows that he hasn't stuck it. So it's just going to be the up save, and Carpe denies it. T1 up 5-1.
That was insane.
He knows.
Second time!
Well,
Carpe!
No, this time he totally, I think he purposely wait. It's like when someone barely reacts half a second late in rock, paper, scissors. This time it was that, all right? I'm still not convinced.
No, I am fully convinced right now. Carpe he walks between the worlds. The world of exploding to the spike or surviving the spike. You know? He's the Spike Walker. There it is. That's the name.
Walker.
All right, sorry. But the most important part of that one is how good Stax was just holding on that angle. He could have died to Durian, but he waited at the right possible moment because Durian just checked a different angle and Stax peeked that as soon as he did. So that is just perfect instinctive movement coming out from, again, T1 Stax.
Placing swarm grenade.
Well, the Nano Swarm's gonna be tossed to destroy any utility. Retla's ready for it. He's not gonna be able to land it in time though, so he will just have to recall that turret. So now T1 get the information that Killjoy was over on the B side. It's yet another eco, but the corner not checked. Scary. Yeah, not gonna use the ultimate right now to get out, just a Shrouded Step. That was going to be the one that he had, so just the paranoia now for the delay. A nice pop flash from Zest, but can't land the headshot.
They haven't picked up the weapon here, though, but it's about to be in the hands of Crazy Guy. That is just going to be the outlaw from the looks of things. Flashes first. They check on Wine just in case. Shock does not connect onto Zest, but here comes the push coming out from T1, but this is a little bit too dry in the contact, and there is so much response from Bleed. Nice little fragment does get the kill onto Zest. Smoke comes out right in front of their faces, and they have to push this through. Somehow works. Stax gets 2. Retla, oh no bullets. This is bad. 1 versus 2. Stax again in a very difficult situation. Has to reload. Also tagged by everything. 13 seconds, and they're not really giving him any time to move. He wants to go for the fight. The Nanoswarm keeps him, stops him from coming into the safer spot to plant the spike, and he had to go for the challenge. Unfortunately, he lost it.
Yeah, great jump out from Crazy Guy, swinging wide away from the jump to make sure that he creates just enough time and space for Retla to be able to pick up the kill. I mean, Stax did his darndest down to the very last 10 seconds to try to bait them out just one last time. But it's just too much. Pressed for time. Bleed knows that they have the advantage mentally. And they will get the thrifty round to try to start a comeback. And T1, sure, they've been winning rounds, but just oh-so barely. So that means that it's not going to be a full buy now. They will have to rely on those Blade Storms for Saya.
Zest, he's got a setup here. Can't wait to see how that works out for him. Blade does not spot anybody on A main, but you're absolutely right. They're waiting to maybe utilize this explosiveness from Saya now that he has the blades available for him, but he hasn't really found any access to the site just yet.
Run.
And overall, I mean, Bleed quite well set up for this. They have the read that it's going to be an A heavy hit after that mid spot. They still have the turret to watch for B.
No command.
Being used just to hold them off. And that is going to counter the timing from the lockdown. Tree still giving up. See if any spam comes in from Bleed, though, first of all. Just going to be a recon, and it spots Stacks, and they actually hear the gunshots from Xcurit as well, so that's going to be the crossfire given up. The T1, they will just have to just rush through using the Cloudburst, and it is just an absolute flood. But Stacks, where are you going with the spike? He drops it over by window, tries to get way too deep, and Bleed are able to just take the site right back into their hands.
That was rather unfortunate. He might have actually forgot that he picked it up. Maybe it was in the hands of Xcurit or what, or he had it in the round to begin with. I actually didn't spot it out, but considering what happened afterwards, that chase through on Garden definitely cost him. I mean, he had the chance to probably get those 2 kills, but just did not realize that there was one other player of Bleed here holding window. So that really fell apart for T1.
Yeah, unfortunate, but of course, not a full investment. But because they tried to get cheeky right around the Blade Storm, it's going to be yet another eco buy with a Hero Guardian this time. Still a bit all over the place. They can buy up next round, but they will not be even on their creds. Saya, 40 HP, that shock dart, trying to find him, fishing for it. As Bleed will push out. I mean, the timings on the counter pushes are great too, right? Some contention in mid, and then they swing out just to check A main for any sort of lurk setup.
Look at this positioning as well between Crazy Guy and Retla. You really like this kind of one-off angle for him on the stairs entering market. It is obvious, but also kind of difficult in a way to kind of counteract. We'll see how this goes, as the turret should spot outside player coming through on mid, but that's not where T1 are going to be going for their offensive. It's again on A short with the split coming in through A main.
And that 0 point is pretty telling. It doesn't tag everybody, but it lets you know that there was always going to be an intel setup here on A short. And Zest tries to get ahead of it, but he's going to miss the timing, but Scary lines him up. Readjust for the triple, and it will just be a single op shot to close out the round.
Man, if you're in the headspace of T1 at that point, you're like, that was a great first catch. We were able to overwhelm him 3 versus 1, and then Scary just comes in for that quick off-angle swing. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming in from Bleed here. That triple kill. Look at where the positioning of the weapons were. They were probably looking already on the A site, not even on Garden. So they probably just thought that there was only one defender from Bleed holding that position from A short.
And now T1 will use their first timeout. Still hovering right around that half-point mark. See if this is enough to bring them back. I've always said, obviously, you know, the lower win rates post-timeout, that could be a number of things. Maybe you're always calling it on an eco to plan long-term ahead, things like that. But once you get close to the 50%, and then especially for the teams that have a higher than 50% success rate, I think that's definitely something to be applauded. I mean, eco round or not, you are finding the right moments to try to turn things around. So we'll see if T1, if this is going to have that immediate impact, or if it is just going to be something to get at least one more round here on the attack of Ascent.
Wonder if they're going to bring out an operator here for, yeah, there it is, for Durian. So that's going to make things a whole lot more interesting right now in terms of the contact. I think he already had it last round.
Yeah, just fired it, just so they do know about it, right? Got that last kill in the previous round, but we'll see where the position is. So right now, it's going to be a push out through mid. Cat working off of the recon bolt, and Bleed suspecting a bit of a way to shove them all the way over to B, right? The 0 point and the 1-way to push them away, and then looking for the setup. He's going to hide right away from the turret, and he finds the kill. What a setup from Bleed. That's a spike spotted as well. So for the time being, you know that this was meant to be over on the B side. I mean, no command ready, everything pointing to a B hit. And now T1, no information. They left A main. empty from the beginning as soon as he got spotted.
And the thing is, that's also Carpe down, so no more recon dart onto the site. They're not going to know that there's 3 players of Bleed at the back of the site. There's only Retla on the first contact, but they still have so much more at the back to play around. They've hidden themselves. I love this timing. They can hear that refrag. He's not going to know about it, but Retla, or rather Izu, is such a boss. That 3K was so important. Side player coming in as well. Durian able to get the first pick. Can he get the swing onto that one? What an absolutely mental shot onto Excurate. This is still somehow doable for him. He cannot reposition his stacks, gets that refrag, but that was close as Durian was almost netting the ace.
Oh my gosh. You almost had me believe that Bleed just set that up on purpose for Darion. I mean, he was hitting just nasty shot after nasty shot. 15 and 7 now. Of course, still wealthy enough to buy another operator. But Bleed trying to play this a bit too safe, right? Trying to fake out T1 just a bit too much, hiding 2 people in Boathouse, and Izu, he never stops suspecting. Goes in, swings onto both of them, and clears the entire site. But Darian, that's definitely one of those rounds where you just save for yourself. You pull it up every now and then. Scary this time, hiding once again.
Oh, they know.
Yeah, they're going to try to chase through him, but it's going to be too many members firing back through the smoke. Saya player not accounting for the backup.
Yeah, and you can't even trace it back because that was a Phantom in his hands. Unfortunately, they're just a little bit too far to really get that refrag working. Now, are they falling into the trap of trying to peek mid because they did so much on A main? Looks like that's going to be a no, but that also gives Durian a bit of breathing space at this point. You can see that T1 still has good control onto B main, but the options for them is ever so dwindling here. If they try to make any noise whatsoever, you can already see Crazy Guy prepping for the Odin spam through the wall.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the turret for first contact, then you've got an alarm bot and a nanoswarm to still delay them as well, so Crazy Guy has all the time to go for the spam. He gets one. Actually, the turret going to finish the last kill. Gets extra damage onto Izu as well. You've still got Retla here for the crossfire. Sure, the lockdown comes out. It is going to be the nanoswarms to push him away, but it's going to be Retla who just swings on it, finds a kill onto Izu.
Okay. Oh. But is this going to allow him to get access into the site? Looks like... Oh!
They were not aware that Scary had also used his ultimate to get into the back of sight.
Yeah.
Perhaps because of the double up, just not really accounting for that noise. I'm not sure what happened, but just maybe too many targets left.
That's very unfortunate.
It's a rough one.
Yeah.
It's a rough one for T1, but already, obviously, without the jet, it's always so hard to break into a site. You're on Ascent. Crazy Guy does love his Odin. It's something that he uses quite well. And now, Darion still leading 15-7 as well with that operator. Blazestorm in hand here for the last round of the half. Oh, dash already used from Saya player to try to get ahead of things. The econ not great for T1, so you... Oh my gosh!
He's selling it. He's selling the fake. Making the noise on A main, or on B main does allow T1 to possibly run through on A main here, and it's actually working, but now, Bleed, they also realize that Saya is not with the team. They might not know that he's heavily tagged, but then they know that he is somewhere that is not with the rest of T1.
Yeah, it's going to be Retla's job to keep him marked over in mid. The rest of them trying to rely on their extra firepower to get in. You do have the Blade Swords once again for Darion. And oh my gosh, Crazy Guy almost actually tracks onto him. The Stinger not working at long range for Saya player, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Darion not able to find the shots immediately. Picks the op back up, wants to just keep them corralled while this lockdown goes through. Now, a lot of time has already passed, so time is ticking. Izu just waiting. He just wants to stop them before they get in. Detain or not, he will keep them at bay, but it's 2 kills.
What? They destroyed it, but they're detained?
Yeah, Excurit's just under the site, and Carpe, if he can get the kill, only half done, no time, and it's enough. So much time bought from T1 just to keep Bleed at bay. That lockdown, it started, you know, quite a few seconds into that post plan.
Yeah, they had the lineup as well too. You saw while there was the one pop-in shot on Heaven, there was already the nanoswarm being thrown out to try to break the lockdown on the default spot on the A retake. But what a round to come through here from T1, just able to somehow stop the defuse from pushing through because they were afraid of the A main spam, and then there was someone still tucked in on Hell to kind of just supplement that fight. Just so many layers to that post plant for T1.
And now, fans of T1 hoping that they can witness just one more win before they have to wait to watch T1 play again in 2025. Obviously, same goes for Bleed fans currently following this match. Zest hoping to put up some more numbers here in the second half. He's had some great maps, great rounds. I mean, he was one of the reasons that Bleed was even having any time to try to compete at all in Stage 1 and in the beginning of Stage 2 as well.
Yeah.
And now having to switch to a flash initiator role as well, a bit of a flex with Crazy Guy returning. Trying his best to support the rest of the team, currently 8 and 10.
So now we flip the sides. Bleed have been dictating a pretty good, I'd say, defender side right now, but now it's T1 that can basically do the same thing against them. Carpe has not had his moment in the sun for this third map, but we know that once he gets that Odin in his hand as well, defends the B site, he turns into an unmovable turret, and that is a very scary thought if you're going to be attacking that when you're Bleed.
Bleed for now on the pistol, just going to be spread out. If they can get early control of main, great, but if they're going to get slowed down, they still have the option to rotate. The recon gets destroyed immediately on B, so T1 know that it's not a 5-man stack on the A site just yet.
Smoke should come out from X-Grid pretty soon here. Dash from Durian still available. They do know that there's 2 of them right now, and he does not have any Cloudburst to kind of cover his entry into the site and decides otherwise. It's a little bit too risky with how threatening it still is. Saya player gets that contact onto mid already. He does get a lot of information, but both teams have yet to really commit to any of these fights. But again, Bleed have to rotate out of A.
Yeah, and this should be a pretty committed pinch onto B at this point. They're going to play for time, so the door gets closed by T1. Izu just hoping that it's enough of a delay, but it gets broken immediately. The flood starting to come in from Bleed. 2 members of T1, Carpe and Izu, looking to hold on. 3-man ping. They've all been steadied, but Darion's already in. I'm not sure if T1's aware of this. Spending a lot of time trying to scout things out. Eventually, Bleed will clean up the entire site. Crazy Guy hidden in the cubby, hoping to get a curveball kill.
We'll see how this goes. He does have the kind of set up crossfire with his teammate there, but does fall down to Saya player. Popping shots through the smoke, could have gotten onto Retla, who was having that off angle nearby. About to go for the peek, and he does get the first one. Saya player is still alive, trying to hit the shots, but not going to connect. Great shots all together, all left into the hands of Durian. Very capable hands, but Saya player with the sick flick, hitting the 3K, end the round for T1.
Quick from Saya player to save this pistol for T1. The site getting taken over a bit faster than they would have hoped, but the retake is successful. Now leading 8-5, 3-round lead for T1.
That was a very scary round for, I'd say, Bleed here. Or actually, T1. The setup was already there, but unfortunately, it just wasn't able to really garner that quick crossfire they were kind of hoping for. Just how quickly Saya player was just the leading players of Bleed left and right, probably left Bleed in a spot where they had to maybe just get those quick trades, but it never came their way.
Well, for now, Darion going to take a page out of Saya's playbook. Go for the Marshall, but the Outlaw is favored. He's actually going to whiff it, though. Darion actually lands the shot. Saya player now down to 40 HP. Darion still has his half armor as well. It's not going to save him from the Outlaw, but it might just be what they need to try to get into the site. Trade off of the Outlaw over to Stacks at full health, and Saya just going to be looking to be mobile with the Sheriff.
Izu, oh, that's a great bait. That was a great bait. That throw never went into where Izu was. He will get traded out by Crazy Guy, but look at the flank coming in from Saya player. Okay, I mean, it's still good, because like Carpe's there for the pinch, so it's going to be quite the damage output here, and he does get the kill in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that Bleed, too distracted by all the members in the site. They're not able to react to the Sheriff shots at all. It's 4 or 5 shots fired off by Saya player. Still not able to have anybody from Bleed turn around and take him out to maybe loosen the pressure a bit.
Yeah.
Sure, it's around, you're meant to lose economically, but you do wish you would have had a bit more considering you had that tag onto Saya player nice and early.
You can see also Zest was more afraid of side player than the player on the side itself. So the timing in the heads of Bleed definitely were out of sync to what T1 was kind of doing as they peeked out bit by bit.
Well, it's going to be the judge holding close. It's not what gets the kill, but they do hear the alarm bells ring on the side of Bleed. Not quite sure if they would have actually maybe recognized it and missed all the chaos as Izu. A nice fadeaway headshot on B as well, and T1 just winning on all fronts. They'll keep them at bay. Now Excurrent finally having been backed off. Still holding close.
Oh my god.
Oh, playing with fire is Zest, and he wins. Douses it right at A main. Still makes his way through the site. Everybody else on the B side dropped on Bleed, but the spike will get planted on A.
That's true, but this is upgrades for T1 as well on this retake as they got 2 kills on B main. You can already see Carpe and Izu on the rifles themselves. They're slowly creeping up onto A short. I do like this because if they break down that doorway and Bleed are separated, they could at least have a nice little pinch play. But that being said though, Bleed doubling up here nearby on Hell. The smoke to separate outside player with the rest of the team, but they will be coming in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, you do have the paranoia, you have the flash drive, so you have ways to delay, but that means one of you will have util out. There's the dash in. They have to take him out as soon as possible, but it's just too much time. They can't find the target. Zest has to get all the shots, but they're not giving him the diffuser. He finds the elbow, he gets the spray, and he lands the headshot. Cleans house against T1. The Predator Ace coming in for Zest on heroics to save the buy round.
That was insane. He only had, okay, we'll see it in the replay real quick, but let's just enjoy some of the earlier kills of this round. Nasty entry from Zest. And the thing about that, though, is look at the position for when he stopped that defuse. He saw a sliver of Izu when he first peeked before that, and he started popping the shot through the wall, knowing exactly where Izu was, and just hoping that the wall bang was going to be enough, and then it obviously was more than perfect stuff from Zest here.
Yeah, like you said, making sure that he's not exposing himself, always playing for that win. And side player doing the same exact thing. Now with the Outlaw. Catches Crazy Guy right through the wall. The relatively, haphazard Econ here. Not doing well for Bleed, as he will be dropping their Silva. No Intel, no Odin. And now the reposition from Saya player. Using this just like an operator. As we do see still 2 members with half armor on Bleed Esports. You have the null command, see if that's enough. But side player, he owns his ground. He's not gonna land the first shot. There's a dash in. Excurrent now paranoid. He is stuck behind quad, but there's support from side player. And now Stacks coming in as well. Excurrent goes down eventually, but Stacks is there. Cleans up the entry. Now Retla all alone. A snappy shot from Excurrent and Stacks together.
Yeah, I love that reposition from Stacks as well, knowing that Zest dropped in front of him through the null command, so that could not give any information anymore to Zest. He was relaying to the other person coming out through short, so it's just really good understanding of that utility. And of course, that being said, just the initial contact that they did on A main, they held generator for such a long time that, again, this push from Bleed was just really ripped apart even before it started.
And there's timeout from Coach Legia, trying to bring Bleed back. The desk talked about it, wanting to see a bit more oomph from Bleed's attacking side. So that is where they are currently lacking.
Yeah.
I mean, they've had heroics before. Darion's had a couple, Zest has had a couple, but you can't rely on that on the attacking side of Ascent. We've seen more teams understand how to push and pull across the entire map on this age-old tradition of Valorant. Let's see if Bleed can do the same now.
Yeah, gotta say though, it does look like it should be good executes from Bleed here, but there are some utils, maybe smokes that are lacking on their end. You also saw there was a smoke from Bleed here that I don't think covered Heaven at all, but covered the entryway to the site, which again, sort of blocks the coverage of the Heaven sniper to a degree, but not perfect. So there were some, again, gaps in the offense there for Bleed as they move forward. So definitely something to just kind of watch out for in these following up rounds. But this one might not be the same because they are going to be weaker in the weapons.
There's the Odin spam, a bit of an off angle. Has to back out because of the paranoia, has to give up the space. Izu now left all alone. He's gonna react a little late, but still just in time to get the kill. Just spams through. burns him towards Izu. And that's the round over.
Yep. Crazy guys, amazing with the Odin, but Carpe is a whole different beast by himself as well. And this is a problem for Bleed at this point. As long as they can't really punish that kind of suppressing fire that he does, they will not find any clean access into this site. It's always going to be what looks like here a negative in terms of the trade. So you might get the site as Bleed, but you don't really have enough manpower to keep it in your hands if T1 comes in for that retake.
And this time, a deep recon and the flash drive to try to pinpoint him in Carpe. He will land both shots. He even tags 2 extra people. So much damage done, so much information gained. And T1, now they know that the rotate has already begun over to mid and the A side. So shifting their weight, they took full control of A main. Now backing out to make sure they can cover their teammates in mid. Market left open, but Carpe, he has his crosshairs trained on it.
Right here.
Crosshair available from Stacks as well.
Gotta put Carpe's titles out there. Spike Master, or Spike Walker, Odin Master, Hunter's Fury Aficionado. Dude has so much in terms of how he can have that throughput, that value as the Sova player. Durion now slowly accessing mid here to at least stop any kind of rotation from T1. If he gets this contact against Saya player, this might actually allow them to go rotate the other end. Excret now trying to push through here, or rather they are trying to push against Excret here, but with his sniper in hand, it might be a tad bit difficult.
Yeah, but it is that outlaw, so you know that you have an opportunity. He has to go for the reload. He's already fired 2 shots. But with that, the lockdown is going to shove him out. Only 20 seconds. Bleed have to sprint through the Odin. Can they get past it? The headshot already takes. Darion, how do you do that? He weaves right in PG. The bullets, the Matrix working in his favor. And Stacks doing the exact same thing. Looking through his mind's eye. Darion gets 4 kills. Does he have time? No, it's past the 4-second mark. And Izu is nowhere to be found as T1 goes to match point.
I understood the first skill from Stacks, but not the second one. The rapid fire through the paranoia still somehow gets the kill, and Durion is left by himself to really hold things off. Okay, let's just look at a replay real quick. Carpe, absolutely phenomenal, but this one, he found a second kill through the edge of the paranoia. Absolutely nutty, and then that leaves Durion by himself, unfortunately not having any time anymore, so he had to just run in through the site, hopefully get a pick, and maybe even get the plant on the spike, but again, no time left.
And now they've been corralled. The Odin keeping them just tied up in B. You already see all the util. T1's ready for it. The Nano Swarms pop to buy time. There's a smoke coming back out, a pop flash as well for Market, and this bought enough time for the repositioning of T1. The backup has arrived. The cavalry's here. Sure, you put the lockdown in, but now you hear the Odin. How are you planning to get through this one? Darion, surely you don't make a miracle happen twice in a row, especially not with the Blade Storm. And there's the operator, finds the target. Zest was good for a trade as well, but Stacks now raining down.
Oh, no.
And it is just 2 members, Darion and Scary. 2 of the original members that got through Ascension to bring Bleed to VCT Pacific. Can they extend their time here in 2024? Scary, just the acrobatics to get ahead of Saya player above him. And now opens up the A site.
He has a spike in hand, so he's going to be able to at least run in through this one, plant the spike as well. Durion's going to close the door, so they're going to have to break through that.
Spike planted.
Izu, I don't know if he should peek this by himself. He's going to fall down to Durion, and it's all in the hands of Stacks. So it's original members versus newest.
And Stacks, he's made miracles happen right here before. All through his tenure in VCT, 1v2. No util. He just has to win his duels. He wants to whittle it down to a 1v1. He spots one, spams it through. He thinks it's the crossfire. He swings around. But Darion, just 1 step ahead, will give us yet another round.
Wow, what an insane turnaround there from Bleed. All stemmed from Scary getting that quick pick onto mid. Sure, there was a whiff on the shot there, but he still somehow managed to pick up that kill and allows them to get into that A site. Phenomenal stuff from Scary, and Durion not wasting that opportunity to finish things off.
Well, we said
Keep up.
that, you know, you can't rely on the miracles, the heroics to try to keep herself alive. But for now, that's exactly what Bleed need. A couple more of those, and maybe we will see an overtime between these two teams. 2 members pinged. There's the Shrouded Set, but you know the distance. He's been tagged, and Excurrent goes down. Sight somewhat weaker, but the fragment will keep them at bay. Stacks once again successful in buying enough time for his teammates. Now you heard the Odin as well. Darion, he's already in, but they line up. Carpe finds the angle. He was looking for one. He gets another for free. Retla now trying to get the wrap around the operator. Spots one, but Retla's there for the trade. The scope, but not fast enough. As Zest gets to spam the turret. Izu gets ahead of it, and he cannot find the kill. Bleed closing the gap 8-12.
Wow, this is just going to the wire. Bleed is somehow managing to pick up every single round right about now. And what's even crazier about this is just how close it is. One wrong step, one less refrag, and it could all be over, but they're somehow managing to, again, just pick up these rounds, Will.
There's just some teams, some players that when they get pushed all the way to the edge, that's when they start to play more confident than ever. That's when they start to go for the plays that allow you to win. And Bleed currently showing that they have the power to do so.
All right, no more explosiveness just yet from Bleed. Wonder if they do know if they're going to be able to get a pick here moving forward with just the weaker weapons.
The drone going to be canceled out, so it doesn't get any information. Dash runs out. And Saya, he's going to commit for it. He wants to do the same exact thing, going for the curveball plays. And so many swings out, though. Too many targets. And Darion with the immediate reposition. He has no idea about this Killjoy setup, though. It's double nano swarms, and Izu will just wait. As T1 Stacks finds a long-range kill with the Sheriff. Evening out the firepower just a bit. 2 rifles to 3, but 4 members to 3 in favor of T1. The nanosword popped, and Izu, a nice jiggle shot.
Oh no.
Cleaning out Darion, and Excurrent's been waiting for him. The paranoia goes out, but Scary, he is all alone from the shadows, not available. The mind games will not come through. It's a straight 1v4 for the TIE talent.
30 seconds left. Last player
He
standing.
has a smoke to maybe find a little bit of access into that site, but it's getting delayed. It's getting burnt out because of the util that you saw. Drone as well. First little contact onto Stacks is going to be good, but that smoke actually stops him then and distracts. 13 seconds left, and he still has a 3 versus 1. He still hasn't picked up the spike, and he will fall down to Excurrent as T1 win this series 2-1.
You can tell Stacks' face, it was not an easy one. They did not expect this to be one of those tough matches that they had to grind through, but at the end of the day, they will be wrapping up their season, their year, on a high note with a victory with this new roster on T1. Much left in mystery to see how high this team could go, and we will have to wait a long time to see what adjustments come through for the improvements for this roster, but at the end of the day, a win with the comfort roles coming in for T1, and Bleed giving one hell of a show before their exit for the year.
Absolutely. The strongest, I think, that we've seen Bleed so far. So same could be said for the team that is exiting out the stage right now. Absolutely stellar performance coming in from them. But T1, there's also a lot of questions right now to how far they can go with this roster. Carpe coming back into the swing, subbing in out of for Rossi. But somehow this team is meeting or exceeding all expectations, and I cannot wait to see what happens to them next season.
Yeah, what's important right now is they go out on that win, something to boost their confidence before they wrap up the year. But for now, for us, we have to send them back to the desk to break down all the insanity from this best of 3.
Thank you, Trober and Asterai, and woo, what a cliffhanger T1 leaves us on to end the season this year for their gameplay here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, it was a really fun match. I mean, both teams fighting tooth and nail the whole way through, but still some problems for Bleed on the attacker side of Ascent, whereas T1 looked a lot cleaner, a 6 and 6 half for them. That's really solid on this map generally, so absolutely really good stuff from a lot of different players. I mean, we had a couple aces in there today. Zest had that ace, right? Yep. That was pretty sick. Saya player looking really good today. Izu had some good moments. Stacks was great today, so yeah, T1, I think overall probably should be pretty pleased with this.
Yeah, I think they will be. It's going to be one of those bittersweet moments because you're ending the season with that win, but it is the end of the season. It's not the playoff run. It's not the opportunity for a repeat appearance at an international event. So that will certainly sting. But ultimately, like Jober and Asarai were talking about, it's that hope for the future. Should they stick with this core and continue to progress? Because I think that we have seen an immense amount of growth for them overall. The damage had pretty much already been dealt before Stage 2 began. They needed to just have a pretty much perfect run to confirm the spot into the playoffs, but they were working on integrating stacks into the lineup, having Xcurate pivot over into playing smokes for the most part. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and we have seen them finally get into a very solid resting position. So I think for the future here, it's pretty bright for T1.
Yeah, it's almost, I have this mixture of feelings of regret and like it's such a shame almost that this was figured out at the start of Stage 2 because like you guys said, it's so promising and I think this is gonna be a really exciting way to kick off Pacific next year when we see them at least in an official franchise capacity. Yeah, but this is a pretty fantastic way to end off this week. The regular season.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I mean, you know, definitely coming into the end of this, there was still a lot to be determined in terms of who was going to be where in the playoff standings, those championship points, kind of had a role to play as well to see if, you know, Paper X was for sure going to be going to Champions or not, things like that all kind of got settled. And now we know that, yeah, Paper X is going to Champions, and then we have some really interesting matches to kick off the playoffs, you know, some best of threes, some win or go homes in some cases, so it's gonna be really interesting. Those, I mean, Gen.G versus RQ, obviously that has tremendous implications because they faced each other so many times and it's been such a rough road for RQ. Yeah, they beat them. Can they do it again? And then Team Secret versus Talon in a must-win situation. So it's gonna be wild.
Yeah, and you know we'll be sending 2 teams home next week, so it's not just today. I feel like. Since yesterday, now we're just starting to say goodbye to a lot of these teams for the rest of this year, which is always sad, but, you know, we see them again next year. And now our MVPs, like, did you guys have any, you know, who was your... I think we were deliberating a little bit on the side of T1, like who's our standout guy?
I think you could have gone a couple different ways with this one. Stacks ends up winning the MVP for the series, and I don't think that's a bad selection whatsoever. His utility, as well as just his fragging potential, was very much on point for T1 the entire way throughout. It's a big part of why they're able to get this win. But I went with Saya. I think that across the 3 maps played, Saya was just putting up really solid figures. His average damage per round was also like quite through the roof compared to everybody else that was on the squad. So clearly Saya was putting in quite a bit of work. And I was curious to see how he was going to look pivoting back over onto the Jet, given that he has been primarily playing a lot of Chamber. And it looked still very damn good. His entry power for T1 was incredibly solid.
Yeah, and I think definitely Stacks and Saya are probably going to be like on most people's radars as the MVP for this. I thought Izu, I want to give him a shout out as well because not only did he have 4 first kills on this map, but he was like 9 and 5 coming into this or something like that in first kills in the first 2 maps. So he was not always kind of being able to translate that into like consistent rounds, but he was doing a really good job as being that entry fragger, or in this case, as kind of that first line of contact for your team. So if you gave a shout out to Izu as your MVP as well, I could definitely see that.
Yeah, we did start the show today showing our top performers of Stage 2, and Izu was up there a few times on that board. So, yeah. And you even called it out earlier. I think it was Paper. Then one of you guys called it out right before this game, this particular ascent started too. Like you wanted to see Izu and the Killjoy just kind of go ham. Yeah. And he did. Darian, on the other hand, he had some beautiful moments that just really wowed us backstage, just watching him move. Like, I love him on a duelist. He's great.
Yeah, he really is. And I mean, who doesn't like a nice even number? A solid 300 on the ACS. I mean, nearly pulling off that ace attempt, that retake that he was having over on the B side. Just comes down to that last player over in Boathouse. He's already low on HP, so as the counter swing comes through, he can't quite get that ace across the board. But his moment after moment from the side of Darian, but Zest as well picking up his ace. Retla throughout the series, just tons of moments from him. Across the board, this was a very solid showing from Bleed, albeit not the win. It was giving me some shades of the run back versus Secret for a little bit there on Ascent. I was like, oh, are we going to do this again? And this time go into overtime. Not the case, unfortunately. But yeah, with those guys out of the way, our playoffs these are going to be crazy.
Yeah, I don't even think it matters how the first day of playoffs would have started, like how that was shuffled. I think these 4 teams, and 3 of them being Southeast Asian teams like who've really stepped up this stage 2 throughout this season. I think this is going to be really exciting and also really sad. Again, this is going to be end of the Yellow Brick Road to Champions for 2 of them.
Absolutely. There's actually a world here where 2 more Southeast Asian teams join Paper Rex. It could be RRQ and then either Team Secret or Talon, depending on how that shakes out. There's actually a world where Gen G doesn't make it or something like that happens. So there's all kinds of scenarios that could play out. Obviously, top 3 and you're in, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of like the first goal for a lot of these teams, especially for like Talon, for example, has to get top 3. That's the only path for them, I believe. Otherwise, there are a few other ways things can shake out, but I think that for most of those teams, it's just you're gunning for those spots, and everyone wants to play, on our road show coming up, playing in front of that huge crowd at a big stadium. So I'm really excited for how this is going to shake out.
We do have a teaser for you guys, real quick, a little teaser of what the playoffs might be like.
VCT Pacific 2024, yes. I mean, how could I forget? That was the first year we saw the new Pacific Trophy. That trophy changed everything. In that time, you just want to lift the trophy. Those games, wow.
Si MV, umiikot siya doon, tapos winan V3 niya, bam, bam, bam.
캡처가 이러고 있다가 그냥 없다. 에임 미쳤어. 바로 헤드가 날아가는 거야.
สุดท้ายอ่ะครูซะเอสเลยจริงปะเนี่ยสุดยอดเฮ้ยเห็นตอนเขาถ้วยออกมาปะ
And they brought that trophy on the stage.
ได้เปลี่ยนอะไรจากบัตสิฮะสมปะ
It was so beautiful.
Ever seen Nanado?
Who lifted the trophy? You don't know?
เฮ้ยแล้วใครชนะไม่รู้ได้ไงอ่ะ
그래서 누가 우승했는데? 누가 이겼냐고?
I guess you're just gonna have to watch.
I have never seen that video before, so I was shocked.
Old man Alex from the future.
Yeah, he's been apparently coaching like for 50 plus years, according to the year that they put on there. Beautiful trophy,
What a
though.
legend. Yeah.
Alex needs some of that Korean skincare, though, like future Alex.
Well,
But, yeah.
you have time to get him started now.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes.
You can prevent that.
Yes, we can prevent the future. This is a little warning. But anyway, beautiful video. We're going to go to the stage for that MVP interview.
Hello, hello. I am out here with T1 Saya player for his win. Congratulations, Saya.
Thank you.
All right, you guys closed out that last match of Stage 2 here, regular season, with a win. So I want to know, what was your mindset going into today's match?
Obviously, we don't have not much motivate for the game, but as a team, we want to end it clearly. We want to win, so we try our best.
And trying that best made it possible for you to turn it around on bind. So can you explain how you made that possible?
On attack, we have a little communication issue, but on defense, we said we have to fix our communication. Then we can win. So we just fixed it, and then we won.
You talked it through with your teammates.
Yeah.
And T1 had a lot of changes this year. So the starting lineups, the IGL changes, and so this year was basically the year of change and adjustments. So I want to ask, how did that help you to grow as a player?
To be honest, it's really tough season for me because I have to play a lot of the agent, and then we have a communication issue also. But I mean, I learned a lot this year and experienced a lot, so it was good for me.
So you think you did improve and grow as a player?
Yeah, as a player.
Yeah, and your team this season, so many matches just slipped away with the small margins, and but you either win or you learn. So I want to ask, what is your biggest takeaway from this season moving on to the next season. 다음 시즌을 위해서 좀 어떤 거를 보완하고 싶은지.
Obviously, we have a issue, which is we have a really good performance in scrim, but like communication and like play as a team, but we didn't do it properly in the beginning of the season. So next season we have to keep in mind about it, and then we have to fix it.
Bring your A game from the scrims onto the rounds here in Pacific. All right, and can we have a word to the fans who've been supporting you through thick and thin this season?
For the fans, honestly, we have a really disappointed season this year, but we're gonna make a big change, and we're gonna make a better result next year. So, thank you guys.
All right, congratulations again, Saya, for your win.
Thank you.
All right, that was T1 Saya player for the interview. We'll be coming back Friday the 12th to see our playoffs knockout round, to see Genji versus RRQ and Team Sacred versus Team Talon Esports. All right, we'll be back.